Hi, my name is Dipto Matra. I'll be your host providing commentary for today's mission launch, and you are watching AstroYonder live.
Roger, 0G, and I feel fine. Capsule is turning around.
Houston, we see a nominal MECO. Welcome to space.
Hi there. So today's mission is the NG-1 for New Glen's first ever launch, which will carry a Blue Ring Pathfinder as a payload, as its first manifested payload, and will launch from Launch Complex 36 from the East Coast. Back in the day, Launch Complex 36 was the go-to pad for Atlas rockets, supporting NASA and US Air Force from 1962 to 2005. Back in 2015, Blue Origin took over Launch Complex 36 to build a fresh launch site for its orbital rockets. A total of 145 launches have been conducted, including those from the new now demolished pads Launch Complex 36A and Launch Complex 36B. Now in future, Launch Complex 36 will witness the Blue Origin's new Armstrong rocket. Hopefully that day will be coming soon. Right now we are awaiting for a New Glenn liftoff at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 06 hours UTC from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station for Blue Origin launching NG-1 mission following a southeast trajectory. Now before moving to the mission details, firstly on behalf of AstroYonder team and our moderators, we express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone for being a part of today's launch. We really appreciate you being here. Also a big thanks to our amazing YouTube community for being here today as we provide detailed coverage of space launches, complete with extensive statistics and thorough insights. Also just a heads up, it's me running the show for our launches. So if we hit any technical snags, hang tight, nothing to worry. I will do my best to walk you through the New Glenn rocket launch happening in about 1 hour 53 minutes from now. Now 1 hour before the liftoff, the webcast will begin. We started 1 hour before so that we can give you more deeper insights about this New Glenn rocket. Now I would like a time to first greet our moderators joining us here. Bob Tripika, thanks for joining in, and Angry Bird, thanks to you also for joining in. I know for Bob Tripika it's late at night, and for Angry Bird it's early in the morning. So both of you guys are pushing hard to watch this historic event. But thanks once again for joining us. Hope you will be enjoying the stream and I can meet your expectations. Also would like to thank all of you others joining us and would like to encourage you to indulge into the chat to show how much you guys are excited and to let us know about you guys. Now let's move on to the mission details. Now New Glenn is a cutting-edge space launch system built to tough, safe and reusable. Basically everything you would want from a reliable space transportation. Blue Origin really thought this one through from the day one, designing the New Glenn to handle all kinds of mission from launching satellites to low Earth orbit, geostationary orbit, and to exploring cislunar space and even farther out. Sorry guys for the interruption. We did face a little power cut issue, but I made sure that this won't be happening in the future time. Now, where we were about talking the new Glen, and once again would like to apologize for this interruption. Okay, so I was talking about the coolest part of this new Glen. It's a single stage, two stage setup for all the initial customer missions. And why is it like this? To keep things simple, more reliable, and less expensive. Actually, no, it was not an problem at your end. It was a problem from my end that we did had a power cut issue. So Pop Tripica and Angry Bird, don't worry, I'm still there. So the first stage is fully reusable. Yes, it lands on a sea-going platform, of course, like SpaceX style magic, while the second stage is expandable. Blue Origin claims that New Glenn can handle a wide range of highly energetic missions without the need for solid rocket motors or multiple cores that can impact system reliability. Down the road, there's a three-stage version in the works, but details about it are currently very limited. The information available is outdated enough to assume that many things have already changed and will continue to evolve. And the three-stage model for the new Glen, the variant is more larger than the two-stage. Now, the new Glenn is named after John Glenn, the first American to orbit Earth, just like they did for their New Shepard suborbital launch vehicle, which is named after astronaut Alan Shepard, the first American in space. At the top of the rocket, we got the payload fairing. Well, let these slides to get complete, and I'm coming to discuss the rocket parts in a more detailed way. Right now you are seeing the BE3U engine hotfire test, and previously you just saw the BE7 engine during its fire and gimbal which they were testing. And this is the way they are designing their first stage. You can see on your screen. Well, Pop Tripica, I couldn't have more than this. Somehow I managed these clips to show you guys, but still unsure that maybe this can cause also some issues with YouTube. But my priority and our priority is to provide you the best possible viewing experience. So just wanted you guys to have some little insights that how these things they made and during the manufacturing process. Right now you did saw the fairing half getting transported, and this is the fairing half, one of the largest in this world as of now. We will be coming into the details in a short while. Right now just enjoy these cool clips so that you guys have some fun, and also to spark your interest further, because a little later I will be getting into some intricate details so that you can get a full overview of the New Glenn rocket as its first launch. And right now you are seeing the payload fairing, and it's being tested at NASA's Glenn. And at the same place, SpaceX also did their fairing test, as because this is the only place where such huge structures, the payload fairings, can be accommodated and to be tested. And right now you are seeing a view of the Blue Origins. This is not the first stage, actually this is the simulator while the transport to the pad, because they had to test many things with that simulator before they move the actual vehicle to the pad. And this is a cool animation from Blue Origin, that how the launch will be happening. Now here is a comparison of different rockets with their height, respective height. And this I made it on my own, so maybe there can be some issues with the height, but I tried my best to cross check them and to provide you the accurate details. And at the very right hand with the question mark above is the New Glen's third stage, and unfortunately I couldn't find the actual height of it, so I couldn't place them one after one for the third stage one of the New Glen. The height mentioned in the internet, they are old enough, and actually they are saying the same height which is of the New Glen which will be launching today, so I'm pretty sure it will be the more taller than the New Glen. So I did not mention the height for the third stage there, and I put a question mark. Now let's get to the rocket parts, and here is each rocket parts and a little detail I provided on it, and I will be telling you the more details about them. Now yes, Pop Replica Blue Origin did provided good footages of the engines while their tests and the close-ups. Although this BE7 7 BE4 engines, we did saw two of them which is being used in the Vulcan rocket previously. So BE4 engines are, we are accustomed about it, but the new thing which it is there is the BE3U engine which will be used in the second stage. Now at the top of the rocket, we got the payload fairing. It's like a protective cocoon, as we know. In it's for the same for all the rockets for the customer's payload, shielding it before and during flight. This fairing is 7 meters 23 feet wide, so yes, it's a big and works seamlessly with modern spacecraft thanks to a fixed adapter and industry standard interfaces. Now let's talk about the propulsion. This is where New Glenn really flexes. Blue Origin has been perfecting engine technology for over a decade, starting with the BE3 engine. And that bad boy powers the new Shepherd and has clocked in many seconds of runtime and starts since 2010. It is reliable, reusable, and can throttle way down. Now for New Glenn's first stage, though they are stepping it up with the BE4 engine, which crank out a massive 2400 kilonewton, or you can say 550,000 pounds of thrust. It burns liquid oxygen, that is LOX, and liquefied natural gas LNG, basically methane, which is cheap, clean, and easy to work with. And also, it is worth mentioning that it doesn't even need helium for pressurizations thanks to autogenous tank pressurization. So this is a nice side to the environmental issues. Now the second stage, that's powered by two vacuum optimized BE3U engines, each a high performance version of BE3. Together they produce 1060 kilonewton, or you can say 240,000 pounds of thrust using the LOX and the liquid hydrogen LH2. This setup is perfect and in space, efficiency, and delivering serious power for missions beyond low Earth orbit. Right now, Blue Origin ran rigorous tests on both BE4 and BE3U engines out in West Texas. And as we know that BE4 is a flight proven engine. Now, in addition to BE4 and BE3U, Blue Origin manufactures BE7 engines for Blue Moon lunar landers and New Shepard's BE3 PM engines. Now, when it comes to launch facilities, New Glenn is based at a new commercial site at Launch Complex 36 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The Florida operations will include a complex for launch control, mission control, and even manufacturing and assembly of the launch vehicles, first and second stages, adapters, and also for the fairings. So the whole operation is in the exploration park right next to NASA's Kennedy Space Center. And hope Pop Replica over here, one of our moderators who visited Kennedy Space Center. So Pop Replica might be knowing where it is specifically. And they are planning another launch site for high inclination low Earth orbit missions at Space Launch Complex 9 at Vandenberg Space Force Base in California. Now currently Blue Origin has not explicitly announced to use Space Launch Complex 9, but the sites for high inclination low Earth orbit missions at Vandenberg are SLC2, that is Space Launch Complex 2, or Space Launch Complex 3. But I guess, and according to the stats and the orbital details, Space Launch Complex 2 is likely the candidate for future high inclination low Earth orbit missions. And Blue Origin and its partners are not just building rockets, they are handling everything from pre-launch payload processing to engine testing, first stage recovery and reuse. So it's a full circle setup, which is honestly impressive. Now let's dive more deep into the details. So here is a cutout of the New Glenn rocket so that you can better understand that which component is where. The New Glenn's first stage is a reusable powerhouse standing at an impressive 57.5 meters tall, about 188.5 feet, with a tank diameter of 7 meters, which is 23 feet. The stage is split into three main sections: the AFT, mid, and the forward. Those of who are not accustomed with these terms, the AFT is the back side and the forward, as you know, the name suggests, the front side. So the booster with tail number GS1 SN001 is supporting today's mission and is also named as "So You Are Telling Me There Is a Chance," in reference to Blue Origin's intentions to attempt landing, recovery, and potentially reuse for the company's first GS1 on its first flight. Also worth mentioning that the first stage for New Glenn is referred as GS1 and the second stage is referred as GS2. So the booster is designed to be reusable for a minimum of 25 launches as Blue Origin claims. Now the AFT section is where the magic happens. It holds 7 BE4 engines that run on liquid oxygen, which is LOX, and liquefied natural gas, that is LNG. Together, these engines pack a punch of massive 17,100 kilonewton, or you can say 3.8 million pounds of force of thrust at sea level. Of course, that's a ton of power. And the AFT module, that is the backside of the booster, contains 6 hydraulic actuated legs as well, which will deploy seconds before a planned landing. The vehicle is powered by 7 of the Blue Origin's BE4 engine, the most powerful liquefied natural gas LNG fueled, oxygen rich, staged combustion engine ever flown. And the fact about LNG is that it's a cleaner burning fuel and higher performing than kerosene based fuels. And the 7 BE4 engines generate, as I said, that 3.8 million pounds of thrust. And the BE4 engines are not only restartable but also offer precise control of their thrust. Well, let me show you the BE4 engine in a bigger way. The BE4 engines, as I said, is not only restartable, which is a crucial for slowing down during re-entry and nailing those smooth landings with their precise control of thrust. Plus, they have built to last for a long time. As I said, they are planning to reuse it for 25 times for the first stage. So the BE4 engines has to be also like to be reusable. The 8.5 meter wide 28 feet engine skirts around them, and it shields the engines from the intense heat and forces during re-entry. And yes, that tucked inside that skirt are 6 landing legs, as I mentioned, ready to deploy prior to the touchdown. Now coming to the midsection of the booster, it's all about the storage. You can see on your screen that how the tanks for the different fuels, that is the LOX and the LNG, have been separated in the first stage. Although I couldn't find the precise proportion or the ratio, you can say, for the fuel for both the stages. Some things about Blue Origin are really like not known as they didn't publicly disclose them. So these tanks are made from tough orthogrid aluminum built to handle the extreme G forces the rocket faces when it comes back through the atmosphere. And check this out, there are large aerodynamic streaks on the AFT end of these tanks. This helps give the booster better control and range during its descent and re-entry. This is a pretty smart design. Now we're just waiting for this all to see happening. Now for the forward section, this part is packed with full of technology. It's got the 4 movable fins for controlling the booster attitude, or you can say the orientation, as it comes down to Earth. This section also has all the connection needed for ground systems, plus the interstage area that houses the second stage 2 BE3U engines, which are optimized for use in vacuum of space. There's also a lot of Rain power in here with guidance, navigation and control systems, including an autonomous flight safety system to make sure everything stays on track. Finally, there is a pneumatic pusher system up front that ensures a clean separation between the first and second stages before the second stage engines fire up. Now, the second stage is one-time use stage that runs on liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, or LOX and LH2, with two BE3 engines that can swirl. These engines put out a total of 1423 kilonewtons, which is about 320,000 pounds of force or vacuum thrust. The stage has a 7 meter, about 23-foot wide tank and shares tooling with the first stage to keep the cost down during the manufacturing. The second stage tank itself is about 16.1 meters, 52.9 feet long, and when we add the two BE3U engines with their height expansion nozzles, the total length comes to 23.4 meters, that is 76.9 feet. Just like the first stage, the second stage is also broken down into three sections: AFT, mid and forward. AFT section has two BE3 engines, BE3U engines, and a crossbar thrust structure that takes the load and equipment for long-lasting operation. It's also where the reaction controls, the RCS, and the settling systems are, which uses the triaxial thrusters, with those thrusters placed in 4 spots along the thrust structure. Sorry, so many S's are there, I'm a little getting stammering. Now the AFT section connects with the first stage forward section, and also has one of the two umbilicals connections for the second stage. In the middle section, we got the propellant tanks you can see on your screen, but here the worth mentioning, the second stage LOX tank is a little smaller compared to the LH2 tank. The tank barrels are made of again aluminum in an orthogrid design, and the domes are welded aluminum. There's a single insulated LH2 supply lines that wraps around the LOX tank. And the forward section has a LH2 tank's forward skirt and avionics shelf that runs around the forward dome. This skirt is the main point of the mechanical connections for the payload, and it links up with the composite fixed adapter and the payload fairing. And once again, well, there's a third stage variant of New Glenn as mentioned earlier, but you can say no concrete information is available as of now, and what information is available, it's outdated enough to assume that they have already been evolved, so would like not to mention about that. So as I showed you the BE4 engine, here is a close-up view of the BE3U engine, which will be used in the vacuum of space. Already I discussed about it, how much thrust and everything they will be generating. Now these are some of the images of the BE4 engines. Also here you can see on, like, it will be coming up the BE3U engines. Right now on your screen, these are the images of the BE4 engines, and right now it is the BE3U engines at the second stage. And here on this image, if the middle section of the third three BE4 engines worth mentioning, they are steerable. Okay, all others, rest 4 are fixed, and those let this slide to come again. I will be saying that. Let me bring it to the front. Yes, here in this middle section, these middle three engines, B4 engines are steerable, and the rest four are fixed. So this was confirmed by Blue Origin's end later on. Now on your screen here is some of the new Glen's characteristics for first stage and second stages. While you guys go through that, let me address the chat over here. Well, Simon joined us after a long time. Hello, Simon. And also, Simon doesn't likes to being addressed in the video, so let me just wish him in the chat. What secret you are mentioning about me? Well, that's a past that I was a good photographer and making videos is not anymore. I'm just trying my best to at least cope up with these YouTube videos. Just that, no more photography. It's a old time story. And also my Insta profile, someone took it away. And Pop Replica, um, maybe. Well, I didn't research about that. What BE means? Maybe Blue Engine, because they have. Excuse me. Because as Blue Origin refers their team as Blue Team, maybe it's Blue Engine for BE, what it stands. Although I'm not sure about that because I didn't put my mind on that. Well, so hope you guys did saw these characteristics of the different elements of the new Glen. Now we are like 20 minutes away from the webcast to begin. So let's move on to the trajectory for today's mission. With the New Glenn NG-1 mission, Blue Ring Pathfinder payload on board, New Glenn will lift off from Launch Complex 36 East, not East 36, from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station from the east coast for a somewhat southeasterly trajectory heading into its designated medium Earth orbit, indicated by that green line on your screen. The red line you see indicates where New Glenn's first stage will land after stage separation, just a little later leaving the east coast. And as similar to SpaceX, this is going to be a off-the-land landing, a drone ship landing using autonomous spaceport drone ship, or to be precise, landing platform vessel 1 nicknamed Jacqueline here on the east coast. So which means that the first stage booster with tail number GS1SN001 named So You Are Telling Me There's a Chance, flying for its first time, will be returning heading out to the floating landing platform for its landing. This will be the first landing on Jacqueline if the first stage landing succeeds. Now for today's payload, the target orbit is 2400 of perigee, 2400 kilometers of perigee, 19,300 kilometers of apogee with an in 30 degrees of inclination. Although I tried to search and I did saw that where that how much distance from the lift launch site they will be planning to recover the booster, but in this whole preparation I just lost the track of it. So sorry about that. Today I can say that where will be the planned booster recovery. Now on your screen is a notional timeline orbital flight profile. But for today's actual flight profile is like this on your screen. Also would like to show you a notional mission profile for both the low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit. On your screen you can see the timeline for it, although all the events are not mentioned over here, but just to give you a rough idea for both the low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit missions for the New Glenn. Now today we will be discussing about the pre-launch timeline. Now here I didn't mention the whole timeline, just the important one, but T minus 7 hours the mission control center activation takes place, where the mission control center is staffed and systems are brought online to monitor and manage the launch sequence. T minus 6 hours launch vehicle power up. The New Glenn rocket is powered up and the onboard system begin self-checks to ensure all components are functioning correctly. At T minus 5 hours, ground support equipment including fueling system and environmental controls are activated in preparation for propellant loading. Just excuse me to have a sip of water. Now at T minus 4 hours and 30 minutes, the process of loading cryogenic liquid hydrogen into the upper stage of the New Glenn rocket begins. The fuel is used to power the BE-3U engine, designed for efficiency in vacuum conditions. T minus 4 hours, that after 30 minutes, booster liquid oxygen propellant load begins. The core stage begins receiving liquid oxygen, that is LOX, a powerful oxidizer that combines with the liquefied natural gas LNG to fuel the BE-4 engines. At the same time, T minus 4 hours, stage 2 LOX load begins. This is a simultaneous process. The upper stage is filled with liquid oxygen. Proper temperature control and flow rates are crucial to maintain the cryogenic conditions and avoid thermal stratification. After 30 minutes from this event, booster liquefied natural gas, the fuel for boosters BE-4 engines, is loaded. LNG is known for being highly stable and efficient, ensuring a steady combustion process. Now T minus 2 hours, following after 1 hour and 30 minutes from the previous event, flight termination systems, a safety mechanism designed to destroy the rocket if it veers off course, is armed and checked for functionality. T minus 1 hour, propellant load completes and replenishment begins. At this stage, propellant loading concludes, but the tanks are continuously replenished to account for boil off, ensuring they remain fully pressurized until liftoff. At the same time, final vehicle inspection, a comprehensive review of all systems is conducted to confirm readiness for launch. Any anomalies detected at this stage could result in a hold or scrub of the launch. T-minus 20 minutes. After 40 minutes from the previous event, a planned 30 minutes hold begins and the weather checks are also carried out. T-minus 10 minutes. The go no go poll takes place, a final status check conducted with all teams to confirm readiness for the launch. We are at 10 minutes, so at now T-minus 4 minutes, planned hold is released and the terminal count begins. Now coming to the next slide for the pre-launch timeline. Tank pressurization begins at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is just after 1 minute and 30 seconds from the previous event of the planned hold release, where the pressurization of the propellant tanks is ensured for the proper flow of the fuel and oxidizer to the engines during ignition and ascent. This step is key to maintaining stability and performance. Now at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, vehicle is on internal power. It switches from the ground power to its internal batteries, ensuring self-sufficiency during flight. This marks a major milestone in the countdown. T-minus 20 seconds, water deluge system turns on, which helps the sound suppression system during the launch. At the same time, T-minus 20 seconds, the onboard computer takes full control of the launch sequence, managing all critical systems and ensuring precision timing. T-minus 5 seconds, engine ignition. The BE4 engines ignite, reaching full thrust in a controlled sequence, of course, and engine performance is monitored to ensure stability before liftoff. It's similar like as of SpaceX. At that point, they can scrub and they can hold down also. Now finally at T0, after 5 seconds from the engine ignition event, the New Glenn rocket will lift off from the pad powered by its BE4 engines. Now we got a small video to show you guys for the retraction test being carried out by the Blue Origin with the simulator of the flight 1, the stage 1 GS1. Here the retract system ensures that transport ejector, also referred as TE, is quickly positioned away from the New Glenn as it lifts off to provide fly-out clearance. Now, well, this slide being played off for 3 times. Well, fine. Now let's move on to the post-launch timeline. T+1 minutes and 39 seconds, max Q, a point of peak mechanical stress on the rocket due to aerodynamic forces. T+3 minutes and 10 seconds. It's 1 minute and 31 seconds after the max Q event. The first stage GS1 main engine will cut off, also known as MECO, completing its burn and preparing for stage separation. T+3 minutes and 12 seconds, 2 seconds before after the previous event, first and second stage GS1 and GS2 stages will separate. 11 seconds later at T+3 minutes and 23 seconds, stage 2 engine ignition will take place. the engine of the second stage will ignite for the first time, propelling the rocket further into space. 13 seconds later, at t plus 3 minutes and 36 seconds, Kármán line, the rocket will be crossing the Kármán line, which is the boundary of space at an altitude of 100 kilometers above sea level. Next, at 13 seconds later, at t plus 3 minutes and 49 seconds, fairing halves will be jettisoned, which will be reducing the weight and drag on the vehicle. 3 minutes and 28 seconds later from that event, at t plus 7 minutes and 17 seconds, booster re-entry burn will start, which will slow down and control the descent of the first stage booster. Hopefully they will make it today. Now 20 seconds later from the entry burn, the booster entry burn will complete, so the burn will be lasting for 28 seconds. T plus 8 minutes and 52 seconds, 1 minute and 7 seconds after the entry burn completion, booster landing burn will begin. The booster will initiate a landing burn to further slow down and prepare for a controlled landing. And you can see there is a, what can I say, like a resemblance of this timeline with the SpaceX landing timeline. Now at t plus 9 minutes and 28 seconds, 36 seconds after the previous event, GS1, the booster will touch down. The first stage will successfully touch down, completing its return to Earth. Also worth mentioning, the AFT module of the first stage booster contains 6 hydraulic actuated legs which will deploy seconds before a planned landing, as I mentioned before. And following the touchdown, a robot called the Recovery Remotely Operated Vehicle, also known as ROV, is deployed to attached to the booster. It is deployed in the landing vessel, that is Jacqueline. Now the landing timeline will only happen if the flight goes smoothly. If the booster detects any anomaly or any issues, it will steer away from the landing vessel. Now T plus 12 minutes and 51 seconds, SECO 1, the first stage shutdown of the first shutdown of the second stage engine will occur, known as second stage engine cutoff, SECO 1. 1 minute later, at t plus 13 minutes and 51 seconds, payload will be powered on, preparing for its mission. T plus 55 minutes and 42 seconds, stage 2 ignition will take place. T plus 58 minutes and 58 seconds, 1 minute and 16 seconds after the previous event of the second stage ignition, and where the second stage shutdown of the second shutdown of the second stage will occur, known as second engine cutoff 2, SECO 2. T plus 1 hour and 59 seconds, 1 hour 59 minutes and 18 seconds. Sorry, I'm little getting anxious as we are nearing to the webcast to begin. So at that point, stage 2 orientation maneuver to the payload towards the Earth, also known as nadir pointing, at t plus 5 hour and 50 minutes and 58 seconds. It is the point where the end of mission will mark. Now we didn't talk about Jacqueline. Now here is the Blue Origin's landing platform vessel 1, LPV-1 also known as, is in honor of Jeff Bezos' mother, which is a specialized barge designed to support New Glenn's rocket launches. This naming follows a previous vessel, also called Jacqueline, which was initially intended for New Glen's landing but was scrapped back in 2022. The construction of the LPV-1, this Jacqueline, began in Romania in February 2023, with the vessel launching in January 2024. It was then towed to Diamond Shipyard in Brest, France, for finishing works and commissioning in April 2024. And oh yes, I forgot to mention that while at Dam Shipyard and before getting its current name, it was identified by the yard ID Dam Mangalia 522520. Now, after completion sea trials, LPV-1 departed for Florida in August 2024. Now, this approach mirrors SpaceX's use of autonomous drone ships. As we know, those like, of course, I still love you, a shot full of gravitas, and just read the instructions, which serves as ocean-based landing platform for Falcon rocket boosters recovery. Now, some pictures here are an amazing work of John Cross. Most of you guys will be knowing him, and those who doesn't know, I highly recommend to check out his X handle. He is a talented photographer, and as he covers nearly all rocket launches and space missions, so I would like to insist and to go and check his X handle. His work offers incredible insights and is definitely worth exploring. Previously, during the Polaris Dawn mission, he covered the entire mission, and thanks to his taken picture, we got a deeper insight about the mission. Now, once again, just a reminder, Blue Origin is currently a liftoff time of New Glenn liftoff at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 hours UTC from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, launching the NG-1 mission on 13th of January, that is today. Just a second, let me see whether the launch is on time or not. Can switch to that page right now. While I'm checking on that, let's come to the payload details for today, which is the Blue Ring Pathfinder. The Pathfinder on the NG-1 won't leave the upper stage, as it will test out the communication, in-space telemetry, tracking and command hardware, and the ground-based radiometric tracking as well. Now, why is Blue Ring so important? Because there's a growing demand to quickly move and position equipment and infrastructure in multiple orbits. Right now, we are waiting for Blue Origin to start the webcast to begin. So let's just quickly wrap up talking about the Blue Ring. The Blue Ring Pathfinder is equipped with storage and compute virtualization to demonstrate anomaly detection using machine learning as well. This mission kit provides high performance, radiation tolerant compute and storage akin to today's cloud-based offering. Once again, now today's NG-1 mission will carry the prototype Dark Sky 1 Blue Ring Pathfinder consisting of communications array, power systems, and a flight computer affixed to the secondary payload adapter ring remaining attached to the second stage. This will help them to test out the overall system and to gather critical information that will facilitate them to evolve more in the upcoming flights, as this is the New Glen's first national security space launch certification flight. Just a reminder, they have to go through a second certification flight as well before they can launch national security payloads, being a part of National Security Space Launch Program of the United States Space Force, and also the Blue Moon lunar payloads. As we await for the Blue Origin's webcast to begin, some cool images of the New Glenn as it rolls out to the pad using the transporter erector. And on December of 27th of last year, FAA granted the license for New Glenn, and following that, within a couple of hours, Blue Origin conducted a full integrated launch vehicle hotfire test. Right now on your screen you can see an image of that. Additionally, the team conducted several tests to validate vehicle and ground system in fully integrated on-pad configuration. This data will be utilized to finalize today's the day of launch timelines. Why Blue Origin is still not? It's 3 minutes past. Now maybe they have some issues now. While we await for the webcast to begin, just a quick glimpse for a comparison of the New Glenn as it compares with Falcon 9. Right now on your screen you can see those metrics for them. Videos, no, I didn't make them Angry Bird. The videos were from Blue Origin as I compiled them. And you did, maybe you didn't notice, I did credited them on screen as well. But these slides, of course, with the images and these stats and these things are being made by me. So then I can give you all a deeper insight for this. Well, would like to welcome the Dash Savers. Thanks joining us. And as you said, it's right. I did try to uh, give you some insights, a deeper insight, but I did not cover the launch sequence one. But I did mention something during the pre-launch timeline. You can move back the playback so that you can get a little bit of knowledge about that. And I'm trying to give a little kind of, yes, being nerd, as Pika is making me to say that I'm a nerd. Although yes, it's a little complicated. I make these streams a little complicated for general users. I do acknowledge that, because I want to make things more clearer and to have a complete overview of a launch or a rocket. Although I stopped describing the Falcon 9 rocket previously, I used to do so, and with a hell lot of details there. So being a nerd is not a bad, as it gives you the deeper knowledge about anything, no matter it's a rocket launch or whatever you are working, one should be getting in down to the details. So right now on your screen is some, again, a comparison between New Glenn versus Falcon Heavy. With 7 of the New Glenn's BE4 engines, which produce nearly 3.8 million pounds of thrust at liftoff, making it more than twice as powerful as Falcon 9, but short of the 5.1 million pounds offered by SpaceX Falcon Heavy. Well, sorry, I just turned off the mic mistakenly. I was just saying that last 4 hours ago, Blue Origin gave an update on their X handle that they are proceeding with the propellant loading, but there is no further update regarding the delay of their webcast to begin. I don't know what is happening with them at their end. But anyways, if the webcast is there on your screen, we'll switch to a bigger mode. Let's them to start the webcast. Now, adding value to your viewing experience is always being our top priority, as being nerd, giving all sorts of details to make you understand a launch in a better and deeper way. So if you felt we somewhat achieved that, please consider liking this video. It really helps YouTube's algorithm to bring more space fans and helps others to find out this stream. Also consider subscribing to our channel as we work hard to bring you streams packed with stats, details and insights. And for that, we would be incredibly grateful as you support us. Now, today we are not having stats as because this is the first launch. Although worth mentioning, this is just a second. Let me check it. I just forgot about that to be to have that precise number. I think this is the 29th flight of Blue Origin, I guess. Yes, it's the 29th mission of Blue Origin and the 8th orbital mission launch of this year. Although there was a China launch, I think they made it. Yes, China did made it with the Jielong 3. That was a success. So right now this is the 8th one and the 9th one is awaiting for the Starlink 12-4 mission today. While we were what we will be keep waiting for the webcast to begin. I guess you guys are done with these compression charts. So let me just take down them. Once again, let me show you the rocket parts so that those of who are joining us now, they can have a knowledge about the different section of this New Glenn rocket. At the top of the rocket, we are having the payload fairing. The payload fairing is 7 meters, 23 feet wide. As of now, it's the biggest one. Following the payload fairing, we are having the second stage where the BE3 engines, 3U engines comes into play. The second stage is powered by two of them vacuum optimized BE3U engines, each a high performance version of the BE3 engine, and together they produce, once again I'm repeating that, 1060 kilonewton of thrust using the LOX and the liquid hydrogen, that is LH2 fuel. As mentioned before, the second stage is also like in a similar fashion with the first stage. It is also broken down into three sections: AFT, mid, and forward. I guess the webcast has begun. So let's just quickly move to the bigger part, the bigger way to see it. Then we have to still wait for the webcast to begin. So as I was mentioning about the second stage, that it is broken into the three sections in a similar fashion like the first stage: AFT, mid, and forward. The AFT section has two BE3U engines, a crossbar thrust structure that takes the load and equipment for long-lasting operations. It also where the reaction control system, the RCS, and the settling systems, which are being used using the tri-axle thrusters. What this UU is coming on the screen? I guess they are playing some music or something. Anyway, so I was saying that the second stage is also where the reaction control system, the RCS, and the settling systems are, which uses the tri-axle thrusters, with the thrusters placed in 4 spots along the thrust structure. The AFT section connects with the first stage forward section and also has one of the 2 umbilicals connections for the second stage. Now in the middle section of the second stage, we got the propellant tanks. As I showed you before, a forward LH2 tank, which is a little bigger in size in comparison to the AFT LOX tank for the second stage, with the bulkhead separating them. And the tank barrels are made of aluminum in an orthogrid design. It's the same way the first stage tanks are being designed as well, and the domes are welded aluminum. And there is a single insulated LH2 supply line that wraps around the LOX load. The forward section has the LH2 tanks, forward skirt, and an avionics shelf that runs around the forward dome. This skirt is the main point of the mechanical connection of the payload, and it links up with the composite fixed adapter and the payload fairing. I wanted to show you guys this fixed adapter, but again I stopped, like held myself, because it will be getting more nerd, kind of getting giving you guys more details, like which is not even required by most of the people. But yes, there are some nerds like me, crazy for details, so maybe they would have appreciated that. But maybe in the next certification flight I will try to show you guys those details as well. We still have to wait for the webcast to begin. Right now we are waiting for the webcast to begin. Just I'm managing some of my stuff over the software from which I'm streaming, so that it won't be creating any problem while the stream gets live. Just give me a second, I'm addressing you guys on the chat. I just want to make sure so that you guys can have the best possible experience while viewing this first launch of the new Glen. How much they will make us to wait? It's they said they will be starting 1 hour prior to the liftoff. Now it's getting 30 minutes prior to the liftoff. So what? We won't be getting enough details again from their end to be discussed by them. Already so many things are not clear to us. I thought that maybe during the webcast they will be talking about them. What can we do even it's on there and we just have to watch the show? So now let's address the chat. Paprika, butterflies in your tummy for the launch. No, right now you are getting audio, no? Paprika. At that time I mistakenly like turned off my mic. I hope the sound is clear and right now is coming on the stream. Guess Angry Bird fell asleep. 6 a.m. in the morning. And I really appreciate those of you joining us on this stream for your such effort to stay awake late at night to watch this launch. And of course, it this launch do like should be having such attention from people. Well, why? Excuse me. Even my timer got fixed or something. Just a second. 11:30. They said they will be launching at here time. So let me just resume it. Now, what happened to this? Let me just check whether how much time it's left from the liftoff. I hope that they would have not they will be not pushing it. Well, the liftoff time remains the same. So now upcoming launches are three or four, I should say. Four being confirmed. That four from SpaceX end. One in between we will be having the Firefly Blue Ghost Mission 1 and Hakuto R M2 mission for lunar landers. That one is also an exciting mission and we should be watching that. Once again landing on moon. That really excites me, being like to be saying about my personal preference. During the IM-1 mission, I was really mad about that launch. Well, yes, they are saying 33 minutes away. The timer is matching. No issues now. Yes, one of it's 12 for you, Pop to pick up, but it's they say no at 1 a.m. So I said like it's late at night for many of us joining here. But for me, it's like evening. I generally, while during my working days, I have to sleep 4 or 5 in the morning. No one should miss this one. I wish I could have made those slides on this scene as well so that we could keep discussing about the rocket. Is getting like 32 minutes away from the liftoff, roughly. Still, they are saying live webcast will begin soon. It's getting like rocket labs. Rocket labs are like this, like most of the time they are starting the stream and then make us to wait. No, even I did miss the Starship Flight 1 Pop Replica and the recent one, the sixth one. Also, I did miss that because that time I was not in a state to watch anything and I was away from any kind of social media to have a what they say social media detox shot. So kind of having some introspection. Although this one will be an interesting one because this time again they are promising that we will be catching the booster once again, and hopefully the flight 8 will be the most exciting one because we will be having a booster catch and a Starship upper stage catch as well. Hopefully it's not officially confirmed, but maybe they will be trying to do so. Well, sorry about that you were in hospital, and hope that issue sorted out in a good way. Now, while we are waiting, let me just talk about a little bit about the mission profile. Although which I am talking about now is a notional mission profile. That slide which I made you guys to show some minutes before for both the low Earth orbit and geostationary orbit missions. So in both the cases, uh, the destination usually follows a similar setup. Right before liftoff, the 7B4 engines on the first stage will light up in preparation for an automated flight check on go no go determination. These engines ramp up to partial thrust, and at that point, built-in diagnostic software checks the health and performance of each engine is being carried away. Oh well, the webcast has begun finally, and let me just see whether they are playing any music or something. If yes, then oh, nice footages they are playing. If any music will be there, then I can't. I guess there is. Let this music to go away. Then when the stream will be getting started, I will make the volume on so that you can hear the stream. But really, they started with those Apollo mission footages. I do appreciate that. Some footages from their new shepherd. What this girlfriend and these things, what things are coming on the screen? Thanks for that. We will be having some technical content to hear from them from Blue Origin's end. Would like to welcome Fairmate. Thanks for joining us, one of our moderator on AstroYonder. Hope you are doing well, Fairmate, and hope you will enjoy the stream. And you did join in the right time, although they delayed the webcast 30 minutes. Now we are 30 minutes away, maybe from the planned liftoff if they are not adjusting the liftoff time. So it's nice to have you with us. Now enjoy the stream. It not only looks good, it's gigantic. I hope you guys could notice the mission patch on the top of the payload fairing. Well, I'm happy, Fairmaid and Pop Replica, that you guys are enjoying the stream and the stream looks good. And to Pop Replica, I will say that a little bit of tweaks on the stream I did. That's why it looks a little bit good than the actual stream. Hopefully, it serves and meets your expectation. And just for 1 minute, I will take a break. I have to a little, like I have to go to open the door. So you guys enjoy the stream. I'm just joining you by back in a minute. I was saying that, well, I'm back there, guys. Hope you are enjoying the stream. And yes, this energy is so much among the people there. And as this guy said, that let's light this candle. Okay, but I'm more personally interested about the landing part of the first stage booster. Well, best of luck to Blue Origin, and hopefully they can land a booster. No, actually, Pop Repic, I'm not muting it. Whenever I will be talking, the stream audio will be getting reduced. So that's what a filter I made it on the scene or the source to be specific. So that is working out right now. Look, I'm talking, so the audio is not coming. It's although it's playing, but it's not muted. But right now, when I will be stop talking, it will start to rise up. So see, it's simple like that. So I'm not muting the stream.
And as mentioned before, it is something that I'm very excited about because
Now is it working, Pop Typical? Just check it. I think there was an issue with this filter only. I did check.
But to be clear, what you're looking at, this is not Blue Ring itself. This is not the Blue Ring spacecraft itself. It is a pathfinder for the Blue Ring vehicle. And so the vehicle, the Blue Ring vehicle that we are building currently employs a lot of the same technologies and capabilities that are put in that vehicle that you see on the left of your screen. And today we are going to validate the communication capabilities from orbit to the ground. Now, it's also worth noting that today's payload is non-separating. So it's going to actually stay attached to the second stage throughout the mission as it powers on and it begins collecting data. For the
Well, thanks for confirming, Pop Typical, and also Angry Bird for letting me know. No, it's fine. You can sleep. You can see it later on. Also, Angry Bird. But once again, thanks for letting me know that. And please, again, I would request Pop Replica to tell me if any issues are going on the stream. I will be immediately reacting on them to make them good again. So now enjoy the stream as I do.
Super excited about not just the launch, but the payload, and for both, the New Glenn team and the Blue Ring team. So much work has come together today. And that's why today is such a big deal. We are going to be laying the foundation of our mission to build a road to space for the benefit of Earth.
Such an exciting launch and just so much to aim for.
Yes, but to level set again, at the end of the day, we know that we're in this for the long haul. Today is just day one, the beginning of a new chapter for New Glenn. We're going to collect a significant amount of data, no matter what happens.
Right now, you can see those fins on the first stage, and those can maneuver, like to move in their places, while the first stage will be heading back to the booster landing site if they will be attempting a booster landing. And you can see those first stage tanks getting iced up as the chilled liquid oxygen is there.
And while we consider that system fully operational, that flight data that we get after every mission helps our engineers fine-tune the system. It helps us refine our procedures, reduces the overall time between launches, and perhaps most important of all, it significantly drives down the cost of spaceflight.
And we have...
Well, I'm checking that pyramid, just a second.
And by the way, those learnings all come into play on New Glenn. We've integrated a lot of design and operational lessons from New Glenn, from New Shepard into New Glenn. So, and speaking of lessons learned from New Shepard, there's that recurring Blue Origin theme of reusability. New Shepard.
Well, it seems like Fayman, there is no update regarding that from Blue Origin's end. It's I did check their X handle. Nothing they mentioned about any adjustment with the lift off time. And from your favorite site, which you referred me earlier, it's still showing 11 minutes something from the lift off. So let's see what happens. And Blue Origin's webcast is not having any countdown on their webcast.
For several days, but things are going to get exciting this evening. Now, a key piece of this landing system is the landing ship, which we call the Jacqueline. You want to tell us a little bit more about the Jacqueline?
Would love to. So we've actually named our landing platform after a very special Blue Origin family member, the Jacqueline. It's right now out at sea, a couple of 100 miles from Cape Canaveral, and the crew that's operating the Jacqueline is actually positioned nearby in a different support vessel.
That seems prudent, doesn't it?
It does.
Just saying.
We're also going to, there it is. And we also have a lot of cameras on our ship today, so we expect to be able to watch it live as our booster touches down, and that's just going to be so cool.
Yes, it is going to be such a pivotal moment. Our first landing attempt for this rocket, we have got to make sure that that gets captured regardless of what happens. And there's a live shot, a beautiful landing pad there with our Blue Origin feather, just waiting to just welcome home a rocket from space. No big deal.
And after that booster lands on the Jacqueline, the vessel is going to transport the booster back to our facilities here at Rocket Park. We're going to do an inspection before flying again. And this is, of course, very important because...
You've heard us sing this tune before.
And there is a view of the Jacqueline, the landing platform vessel 1.
Now, I hope you're all out there getting a sense of the set pieces here that make up today's launch. We've got the vehicle itself. We've got the ground systems, but we've also got the sea-based systems. And of course, all of the people, the teammate across the Cape and the US, frankly, that are working hard to get us to our launch. Now, let's take a moment and toss to New Glenn on the pad as we make our way towards the very first orbital flight for Blue Origin.
Right now we are getting audio feed from the pad itself. And yes, Tripika, you did say it right. It's so white in color. It will be looking, that suit building up on that first stage booster, it will make it to look messy. But similar like a Falcon 9 or Falcon family. And we did even saw such happening with a super heavy booster as well. Now let's see what happens to this. We are getting some nice views, close-ups from the pad. Right now the New Glenn is attached with the transporter erector, the TE.
Welcome back, everybody. We are officially at T-minus 38 minutes and 57 seconds to go until launch, our first launch of New Glenn. I should note that as we go along here, you might see our clock bounce around a little bit. That's just our teams getting aligned and making sure that by the time we get down to zero, everybody's set and ready to go. But talking about ready to go, Denise, why don't you give us an update on the vehicle and its preparedness?
Absolutely. So our team has already completed fueling up New Glen's propellant.
So they made it to say that how much time it is there. It's 38 minutes and 7 seconds from the liftoff.
We also need to manage pressure. You might have noticed that there's a lot of excess gases that are being vented from our first stage and our second stage. This is because our cryogenic propellants are so cold that they're experiencing something called a boil-off. So we are venting all that excess gas to prevent buildup and overpressurization. You may have also noticed on your screen that we have the flame stacks, or what we lovingly call the tiki torches. That's there as a safety mechanism to make sure that we are burning all that flammable oxygen and hydrogen, protecting New Glenn and our launch pad. So that is where we are right now. We'll keep tracking progress as we make our way to terminal count.
Thank you very much. We will look forward to the next update on the team and the rocket there. Now, we mentioned that we're sitting in the rocket factory here. Blue Origin's mission control is right upstairs, right above our head. And we're very close to where the rocket is itself. So maybe if you zoom out a little bit, Denise, you can give us a sense from a geography-wise where we're sitting.
We are super close. So behind me, I have a map of Florida. You can see very clearly here we have Merritt Island and Cape Canaveral. If you go ahead and zoom in, I'll show you where we are right now. We are right now at Blue Origin's Rocket Park. This is where New Glenn is built, integrated, tested. This is where we're coming in live from our studio. And just a short 8 miles away, we have LC-36, where New Glenn is standing proudly, waiting for its first launch. You just heard from Eddie and a few of our employees. They're just here in Cars Park, and if you're lucky enough to be watching from either Jetty Park or anywhere up, down Cocoa Beach, you are gonna get a great view of the New Glenn launch tonight. So that's the lay of the land here. It just really goes to show you how the full operation of New Glenn is nearby.
And not only that, but New Glenn, the New Glenn operation is also right in the heart of all this great space history here in Florida.
So the Atlas II and Atlas III launches took place from here. The Mariner, Pioneer, and even Surveyor missions. They sent spacecraft to explore Jupiter, Saturn, Mercury, and even the lunar surface. Here's some footage showing off the renovated launch pad that carries all that history.
No, I think I speak on behalf of everybody here at Blue Origin that
on the pad, they made that
a next generation vehicle right here.
road to space written there. It's really fascinating. Really nice, and even written miles 0 road to space.
I know we're going to hear it and feel it in this building. I mean, I literally would not be surprised if lights start shaking.
You know, from here, we can watch and hear just about any launch system that takes off from the Cape, and it gets loud. But we think this one, for New Glenn, may be one of the loudest ever. For one, the pad is just so close to Rocket Park, but also there's just the enormous size and power of those 7 first-stage BE-4 engines.
And we have been talking about that rumble for years, and I cannot...
They are saying that it will be the loudest, but what about the Starship?
I am ready for this one. This is going to be awesome. Now, you mentioned a second ago, it's just so unique that the public is going to get such a great view of New Glenn launches, especially from viewpoints like, you know, Jetty Park, Port Canaveral, Cocoa Beach. So many people gather to watch launches from these spots already. And wow, I mean, look, this is a live view. If you're sitting there right now in Cocoa Beach, shout out to you guys. You're probably sitting in a nice lawn chair with a cold beverage in your hand. That's what I'd be doing if I weren't here behind the desk with you, Denise. You guys are gonna get to see and feel this launch with an insane view. So, you know, other than maybe tripping some tsunami warnings, y'all are gonna have a great evening.
There really is nothing better than a beachside rocket launch.
Well, Blue Origin did give a launch visible. There it is.
In the region, kind of the southeast region of the U.S., you see this image right here. Look, that's going all the way as far north as, you know, North Carolina. Several states north are going to be able to see this launch during different phases of flight based on where you are. So a little bit of a guide here. If you guys are all still up, you know, it's a bit late here on the East Coast, but this is an exciting launch. So shout out to you guys as well that are watching live from the East Coast. All right, everybody, we're at T-minus 33 minutes and 30 seconds to go and counting down to our launch window opening at T-minus 0 for New Glenn's first launch. Denise, I cannot believe
This timer of mine is again not matching. Again, they are saying 30 seconds.
Now, again, this is our first flight.
Wait,
We have
let me
prepared
just check
rigorously
it.
for it, but I want to reiterate, our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. That in itself is a
Well, it's matching with their
anything beyond that.
made timeline on the webcast, but why they say it like this? Maybe they misspoke in it. And yes, Pop Replica made the delay. Did I say it? I said you guys know that when they started the stream delayed, it means like it is a hint that they will be delaying. At least working on these things, I get a little bit of insight at how they work.
And we are so glad that you, our audience,
And during their previous delay for one day, I was pretty sure that when the weather forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron showed that the booster recovery will be having a risk of moderate, I knew that they won't be launching. But still, I was working on those things, and I guys talked to you on the X handle of our whenever I was getting time a little bit. But it was pretty sure that they won't be launching that time. Now, today as the weather is good, there will be, and for some reason today if there will be a scrub, I'm pretty sure that tomorrow they won't be able to, because the weather is not good at there. It's like 50 to 60% kind of a probability of violation is there, but no booster recovery risks are there for both today and the backup launch date.
When you think about that jump from New Shepard to New Glenn, just that side. Oh, say there you go. You see this great image on our screen here that gives you a sense. That's a. We talk about step by step ferociously. That's a big old step we're taking tonight.
It's also amazing to think that New Shepard technically could fit as a payload right inside of New Glenn's fairing with room to spare on the sides.
And as fun as that would be, we don't really need to ship New Shepard off to another planet anytime soon, as far as we can imagine, although that would be a pretty cool,
That would be cool.
Sneaky,
Yes, Fairmate, finger crossed. I don't want to see any more delays, because after this only Starship will be happening, and I have to work so much again for that also. And just for the sake of information, just 4 minutes ago, Blue Origin tweeted that now the New Glenn is targeting a liftoff at 1:31 a.m. Eastern Time, 6 hours and 31 minutes UTC.
ready to go to space. But you and I had an amazing opportunity. This is just
So the launch is being delayed 31 minutes from the previously stated liftoff time.
incredible.
Hopefully they will be making it on time with their newly adjusted liftoff time.
Flame trench, smoke and fire, baby. That's what we're looking for tonight.
I get chills every time I watch that. I mean, that was just so incredible. That's not something that I will likely forget anytime soon. It's just so tall when you're standing right next to it.
Yeah. Well, that tall rocket is going to space tonight. And you all are going to be here to watch and cheer on with us. It's a big night. That's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that'll give you a key differences between a vehicle like New Glenn and others that have lifted off from this pad in the past. I think there's another key thing about New Glenn, and it really is that reusability aspect. So while the scale of New Glenn is truly remarkable, I mean, this rocket is built for big things, supersized, with an incredible lift capability. But to do that in a way that's sustainable, using reusable hardware, I think that for me is the biggest innovation for New Glenn.
100%. Reusability. It is such a critical component of reducing the costs of future access to space. You just can't say enough how important reusability is.
And so New Glenn also has that second stage rocket, right? We talked about the first stage and the second stage, and you know, rocket fans know this, but just like Saturn V or other big launchers, rockets fly in the first stage and the second stage with the job of the first stage, or sometimes what we call the booster, to lift the vehicle from Earth up to space. The stages will then separate, and it's the second stage that powers our payload into orbit.
So here you see a cool, again, another cool overlay oh, you saw just a moment ago of the Saturn V rocket. I mean, we are just about the same height, like, and the power of the two vehicles and the significance to be compared to that is amazing. And you know what? Our game plan, like Saturn V, our game plan is to use New Glenn to go to the moon too. I hope you host that webcast with me too on that one. Coming here shortly. So that's our orbital rocket in a nutshell. Now, while we've got a couple minutes to go here, we're at T-minus 28 minutes to go until New Glenn's first launch. Why don't we check in with our teammates over at Cars Park? Eddie, you there?
Yeah, hey Ariane, we're here at Cars Park. We're less than 6 miles as the crow flies to Launch Complex 36. We can see a great view of New Glenn standing 320 feet tall. The two vehicle access towers, one of the largest water towers in the world, and we are ready. Aren't we ready, team?
People are crazy about this launch. We all are.
And I feel like it's grown exponentially since we saw you last. And not just current employees, but their kids and future Blue Origin employees are all out there psyched for this first flight.
We got our New Glenn patch.
What are you hearing the employees talk about?
So listen, we're looking forward to the rumble of the BE-4 engine. We're gonna hear it. We're looking forward to the blue streak across the dark sky. And we've got, you know, the flags, the emblems, the swag. We're very proud to be here. We're very proud to be sharing this moment with our community, right? The word that everybody keeps using tonight is grateful. How grateful we are to be here, how grateful we are for each other, and how grateful we are for the Space Coast that has accepted us.
So a lot of these folks have day jobs here in the factory, and you're not far from us, but describe the view you're getting. How is it different from what people will see from here at Rocket Park?
Yeah, we've got an unencumbered view of the launch pad of New Glenn. We'll be able to see that arc as Blue Ring heads on its mission, and we're very excited about that. The air is electric here. We're just buzzing with excitement, and we're thrilled to be here, really.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous that you guys are gonna get such a straight-on view of the launch pad. So, not complaining. Denise and I have a pretty great seat here too, but thank you, Eddie. We'll be checking in back soon with you there again down at Cars Park.
We've got one more chant for you guys. We're gonna get loud for you.
Wow, I love it. I love it. You feel the energy down there. I absolutely love it. Now, one employee on the New Glenn team that is not down there with Eddie, and I do want to give a special call out to our program leader for New Glenn, Jarrett Jones. Jarrett has led the New Glenn program for years, and I'm very grateful to be able to call him a friend. He has a deep background in aerospace. There he is. And he's been instrumental through the build up to today's launch. I mean, there you see him just a moment ago, and let's see, can we point him out here in launch control? Yes, he is there, kind of that first row, bottom left. There you go, checking in, got his eyes glued to his screen, talking to one of our long-term core employees here. We got Mark Featherstone, who has been also leading this program for a long time. And man,
The Origin's flight control room looks nice.
him in front of the New Glenn. That was the day that we installed the 7 engines on New Glenn for the first time.
Everything with the branding of blue color around there.
He is absolutely psyched. You also see the gentleman in the center of that front row in the green sweatshirt. That is Dave Limp, our CEO, who joined us just about a year ago. And man, talk about sparking some fire. It has been wonderful to have him on the team with us, and he is clearly absolutely dialed in. And last but not least, in between Jarrett and Dave, Jeff Bezos, our founder, who of course has been thinking about this day for many years. And I should also throw in a special happy birthday to Jeff. What a day. I wouldn't mind having a rocket launch on my birthday, but this
Today is Jeff Jeff Bezos' birthday. For that took maybe for this only they were delaying. Although the booster recovery weather was not good enough, but maybe they could have took chance that many a time SpaceX did. Although the weather was not favorable, but they took chance. But who knows? Maybe for Jeff Bezos' birthday, maybe. And Bob Typica, yes, those towers alongside the vehicle are heavy. Of course, the 98-meter tall rocket of the New Glenn, the towers has to be more higher than that.
We have folks tuning in from all over for this big day. And of course, we had Eddie and the team down at Cars Park. But we also wanted to give a nod to a couple special groups watching from across the nation. We've got employees tuned in at multiple sites, checking in and rooting for New Glenn.
That you said well, Bob Typica, answering to Angry Bird. Starship is a big CC.
We got Kent, we got Huntsville. I love it. Kent, of course, our headquarters. I see you guys. Huntsville, where we build all of our engines, our BE4s, our BE3Us, and of course, Blue Ring. You guys should be so...
It's not like that, Angry Bird, that they are paid to cheer up. Of course, they are excited. It's like really hard to imagine what mental state and excitement they are going through right now, because each member worked in like tirelessly for entire decade to have this rocket to finally have on pad and today to have its first launch. They are really excited. It's just a like innate tender human emotion which they are venting right now.
A pretty sweet spot here, but I do want to go upstairs to our co-host Maggie, who's up near Mission Control. Maggie, you there?
Here, and I have found a new place to hang out.
Wow, all right, so I know that not only do you get to hang out near Mission Control, but this for our audience gives you a sense of how close they are to just being able to go outside on the deck there. Tell me about this view that you get and that some of our VIPs are going to get tonight.
Yep, I am out on the balcony. We are on the 3rd floor of our rocket factory, and just out there you can see the red blinking light at the top of our tower. So the launch pad is right out there, and then just to my left here is the mission control team. So you know when that rocket goes up, they'll be turning their heads briefly to the right. So we're out here, we've got some guests, VIPs, some of our Blue family inside. They're still in there while it's warm, but I expect to see more and more people headed out here soon.
Now, where they will be heading their head out, that also has to be said and mentioned on the stream. Now, what they will be doing, other things, they can mention that as well. And yes, Bob Typica, the screams are at par with SpaceX, but people are then like, we saw those crowd out there in SpaceX.
Hearing them creates a more smooth on-ramp for all that power.
Absolutely, and we talk a lot about the rocket, but you can't forget the ground systems as well, right? So when we are essentially protecting the rocket from the vibration and all that power coming out of the engine, we're also protecting the launch pad itself, right? You see from the map that you showed us earlier how close we are to the water.
It's our end, guys. Again, this power outage issue happened. Just a second, I will take a break from you guys to make sure this won't be happening at the... This is really annoying. I don't know what is happening. It was our end, Pop Typica. It is not any YouTube or stream site.
We are at T-minus.
And
we have just had a clock update here. We are at T-minus 37 minutes and 20 seconds to go until launch. As we mentioned, this is kind of what we can expect from our team as they get aligned and ready to go into launch today. So they just need a couple more minutes, and that's A-OK. You know, we say this on the New Shepard webcast as well, which is we have spent years designing this rocket and, you know, months building it and months going into designing this operation. If we need a couple more minutes before we press go on this thing, that is A-OK with all of us. So with that, why don't we take a moment here to check?
Yes, acquisition of signal we did got. You guys got. And sorry once again. I'm just taking a break and going to check it out whether some issues on the power section of the house is happening or not. And it's really annoying, and that more annoying for you guys who are joining us, taking time. I don't want to make you guys to get like this way. But they said anything that they will be pushing the launch window, Paprika? What happened? Let me also check it. I'll go and check that as well for the power issue which I am having. No, as of now there is no update from their end. I think they again adjusted the lift off time. For that you were saying, Paprika. Now I got you. Let's make it. It's now. They are saying 35 minutes away. Thir 34 minutes and 30 seconds. Let me just adjust the countdown there. 17 and 14, and yes, it's matching right now. Now as you guys right now are hearing the direct audio feed from the pad and enjoy the view of this new bad boy, New Glen. Meanwhile, I'm just going just for 1 minute to check the power issue I'm having. I'm catching you back in 1 minute. Enjoy the stream.
First launch. We are so happy to have you all joining us for this historic launch, both here in the U.S. and everywhere around the world. Denise, tell our audience, where are we up to in the preparation of our vehicle?
So right now we're completing a systems functional check for New Glenn, and this is critical because we're ensuring that all of our systems are operating nominally. We're going to verify propulsion, avionics, guidance, communications, and even safety systems. Our engineers are also running diagnostics on all the BE4s and BE3Us. We're checking flight computers, we're checking telemetry. We're also going to do one final comm check. This is really crucial because we want to make sure that we're getting the right data between the rocket and the ground, as well as verifying the signal integrity. Now coming up, we're going to do one last weather check. This is where we get real-time data on wind speed, direction, temperature, humidity, cloud cover, lightning, even thunderstorms. Not just for the LC-36 pad, but we're also checking the weather where the Jacqueline is so that she's ready to receive our booster. So that is where we are right now. Things are going to move quickly here.
Thanks, Denise. And yeah, we should reiterate again, the weather, we got to take into consideration the weather here, but also downrange, where the landing ship is, the Jacqueline. We've mentioned it earlier. Of course, that was one of the reasons why we needed to take a little bit more time before getting to launch this evening. The sea state out there, it was a little rough. They were rocking and rolling. And we want to give our rocket the best chance of coming into land and sticking that landing on the Jacqueline. There is the Jacqueline ready to receive the first stage of New Glenn so we can take it back home, refurbish it, put another payload on top, and go again. But again, we should reiterate some of our objectives for today. The primary objective is to go to space, go to orbit safely. That's number one. And if we happen to land this booster, as we mentioned before, there are going to be a lot of people losing their minds, mine as well. So stay tuned for that. Now, Denise, why don't you go through a little bit more of the flow down there? So the Blue Ring team is up in mission control right now, also surely tracking their own checklist as they make sure the Pathfinder payload is ready to go to launch as well.
Correct, yeah. So upstairs at the MC, we'll have a launch control and mission control. So our launch team is the one that's doing all these system checks on New Glenn, while mission control is making sure that they're doing similar system checks for the Blue Ring Pathfinder.
Wonderful. And let's take a second and dig in a little bit more on that payload. The Pathfinder is a cool piece of technology, and really, it's just the initial demo for a vehicle program called Blue Ring that's quite far along in its own development. And we mentioned this earlier, today's demo is a non-separating payload. This means the payload tonight is going to stay attached to New Glenn's second stage for the entire 6-hour mission. The other thing I want to reiterate about this, this Blue Ring Pathfinder is it's going to be testing a lot of the same technology, but it's not the Blue Ring itself. It's not the same form factor, but we're going to learn a lot from this evening. Now, what we want to, excuse me, I should say, as we talk about the Blue Ring Pathfinder, I want to reiterate that it's attached to the second stage, and it will stay there as it orbits the Earth. And that also is not normal, but we wanted to do that for today's demo mission. Now, today's demo mission on the Pathfinder is going to prove out some important components of our future vehicle, Blue Ring. And I get really excited. Clearly, I get so nervous I get excited talking about this. I love this program. It's one that I've had a hand in getting off the ground for the past year as part of Blue's in-space systems team. But I want to take you deeper into Blue Ring. Let's check out this video.
Did manage. I think we won't be having these power issues which I was having, and the stream was getting interrupted. And also I stopped the audio from this video, which now is being played from Blue Origin's end, because for the content ID claims we can get on us on our streams. But whatever they will be saying you about the Blue Ring, I did say to you guys before, there is nothing more left to be learned about that. Let me just tell you once again that the Pathfinder on the NG-1 mission today, it won't be leaving the upper stage upon stage separation. As in any other mission, it happens that from the second stage, the payload is getting separated or getting deployed. So this won't be happening with this Pathfinder payload on the NG-1 mission. And it will test out communications in space, telemetry, tracking, and command hardware, and ground-based radiometric tracking as well. Yes, actually, Popika, I did say, do you know, like it will be like 5 hours and 50 minutes, or 51 minutes to be precise. The mission will be ending that time. And actually, they will be making it in a rigorous way to test their all systems so that they can make the necessary changes before they will be getting done with their second certification flight because these flights are really important for them right now, because until they won't be able to clear these milestones, they won't be able to getting in a launch for the national security payloads and the Blue Moon payloads. And about that blue ring, what I was saying that it is important because there is a growing demand nowadays for quickly move and position equipment and infrastructure in multiple orbits. So Blue Ring has that capability and has advanced propulsion and communication capabilities for government and commercial customers to handle these maneuvers precisely and efficiently.
So basically, it has a computer predicting if the spacecraft is getting sick. We're also testing radiometric tracking, which, by the way, helps in navigation by using radio waves to track the spacecraft's position and velocity. So basically, radiometric tracking uses radio frequencies to track where the vehicle is and where it's going.
So Blue Ring is going to be very busy during
What things I just said you right now, they are saying about that only, the radiometric tracking. And also let me just tell you that the Blue Ring Pathfinder is equipped with storage and compute virtualization to demonstrate anomaly detection using machine learning. As I mentioned before, its mission kit will provide high performance, radiation tolerant compute and storage akin to today's cloud-based offerings. Today's NG-1 mission will be carrying out the prototype Dark Sky 1 Blue Ring Pathfinder, consisting of communication arrays, power systems, and a flight computer affixed to a secondary payload adapter ring, which will be remained attached to the second stage.
Undoubtedly will play a vital role in further space exploration and communication technologies.
That data and experience gained from this Pathfinder mission will be invaluable for our engineering team. It really does pave the way for more advanced missions. It helps ensure the reliability and the efficiency of future Blue Ring vehicles.
There you have it, folks. Now, Blue Ring Pathfinder is supported by the Department of Defense's innovative.
Yes, I was just thinking about that, Bob Tripika, that when those people were screaming that you might be missing this event, like those vibes from their end, that you could have been there also enjoying that view. And you did told me, because I asked you that how far it is. You said it's complete 1 day of travel to
This is NG-1, the first flight of
East Coast there.
So glad you're here joining us this evening. Why don't we take a moment to talk about our mission objectives for the launch? This is our first flight, and we've prepared rigorously for it, but we also know that none of this is easy. And our key objective today is to reach orbit safely. Anything beyond that is icing on the cake, bonus points. We know that landing the booster on the first try offshore is ambitious, but we are going for it. No matter what happens today, we are going to learn, refine, and apply that knowledge to our next launch. We're really looking forward to seeing how the vehicle performs. As I said earlier, more data, the better, right? We pushed every single part, component, system in our testing well beyond its limits by design, but we also recognize that no amount of ground testing or mission simulations can replace the real-world conditions of flying this system into space, which is why we can't wait for the mission to get underway, see how things perform, and apply all the lessons learned to our next launch and beyond. It is an absolutely thrilling day. Again, we're so glad that you're here to share it with us. Now with that, we're at T-minus 22 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. Why don't we take a moment and check out New Glenn on the pad as it gets ready for its first launch to space today.
Yes, of course, it can happen that from East Coast only it takes a day to drive there. I didn't knew that you are in the East Coast only. but maybe far from Space Launch Complex 36, or you to be precise, like Cape Canaveral and Kennedy Space Center. And of course, I would have asked Bob Tripica to take pictures, and I'm still in due to get those images when Bob Tripica went to Kennedy Space Center. You didn't share those with us, and of course, if there are some personal issues, I won't insist, but if there is nothing, then you can share with us. And actually, I wanted to see them, and there is an idea about those pictures which I will be sharing you on X to text you personally. Yes, first launch, everything's shiny and new. And as they say, they will be trying to, like, for them, they are constantly saying that landing on the Jacqueline, that is the landing platform vessel for the first stage, it's ambitious for them, but they are going for it. Considering the bad scenario, we won't be expecting that an explosion or something will be happening during the landing attempt on the Jacqueline. But yes, the first stage is equipped with some sensors that if those if they will be getting like any kind of hints that there is any anomaly or any issues, the first stage will immediately steer it away from the landing vessel. So at least in that case, if there will be any issues, the landing vessel Jacqueline for today, it will be in a safer side.
Talk to me a little bit about what we got going on here. We've got multiple rockets coming down the line.
Yeah, all kinds of things going on. So the basic layout is that the raw materials comes in from the south side of the building down here at the end of the aisle. We weld the tanks together down there. Then we bring the completed modules here for assembly. Over here we have our GS1 aft module, which will have landing legs, 7 BE4 engines installed. We do all of that work. We continue to assemble the stages down here. We build fairings. Behind the wall over here, our 7-meter fairing, which our customers love, and eventually we roll out the Glen Stage 1, Glen Stage 2, and the fairings out of the north end of the building. Those are all transported 8 miles over to Cape Canaveral Space Force Station and are assembled in our integration facility over there prior to launch.
And that's also, of course, where we integrate the payload as well. Just talking about customers a little bit, what have the various customers been saying about what they're excited about?
We're working with our national security customer right now on certifying New Glenn because they really need an additional launch system.
Right.
We're also working with our NASA customers. They've got a lot of interest in the size of our payload fairing, both for rideshare kinds of things as well as large telescopes and large instruments. Commercial customers are thrilled about our capability of bringing many small spacecraft to LEO.
And we've already been doing some integration precisely with these customers. How has that process been going with our customers?
We know our customers make us better. So these customers, many of them have been launching different missions, different systems for years and years, and working with them to understand their needs, understand how we can adapt our system to best meet their needs.
So that's kind of the longer term work that you and your team have been doing. But let's get back to NG-1 for a second. What have the last couple of weeks been like down here at the Cape?
It's not simple to take this whole system into a successful vehicle. I would say one of our best learning opportunities was our integrated launch vehicle, Hotfire.
Video was it was awesome. Beautiful, was awesome. Glowing blue is like a...
This is the a video or the footage during the fully integrated Hotfire test of the New Glenn back in December, just a couple of hours after receiving the license from the FAA. So they were all prepared up. They were just waiting for the license to get, and they did it.
The excitement, the moment, and then feeling that lift off, seeing it on its way over the horizon, and then hearing that final call out that we have inserted our payload customer successfully into orbit is like, just an amazing moment, and I can't wait for it. I know New Glenn's going to do it. It's going to be a great day.
A big thank you to Laura again for joining for that quick tour through our factory right behind where we are this evening.
They are, let me check whether the lift off time is, they're pushing it or adjusting it or not. 30.
Okay, we are at T-minus 31 minutes and 6 seconds to go until NG-1.
Again they delayed.
Towards our first launch. I will mention again, you may have seen we went down and then we added some more time to the clock. That is just fine. That is our team taking a couple more minutes to make sure that all of their procedures are aligned as we tick down towards T-minus 0. So you might see a little bit more of that happening here. While we've got a little bit more time, why don't we talk about the flight profile for this evening's launch? What is that going to look like as we see this vehicle fly today?
We've imagined New Glenn's flight for so long. We've looked forward to this day, and I'm so excited just to see another vehicle of this size flying from the coast of Florida. We're going to be feeling the power of those BE4 engines here in the studio very shortly. After liftoff, there are a number of important milestones in the flight that we'll be tracking, so let's go ahead and take a...
So this is the third adjusted time from Blue Origin. Now we are at T-minus 29 minutes and 53 seconds and counting.
7 BE4.
They need some more time to make sure all the systems are good. Although there is no issues as of now, explicitly mentioned from New Glenn's, Blue Origin's end. I think the system is fine, just they are making sure all those systems should be working in a good way. It's nothing like that. They are getting like SpaceX Angry Bird. It happens with every launch. They have to go through many complex systems and to make sure that all of them are working fine. So it to us, we as a viewer, it seems a little restless things to happen, but yes, to them it is very much important, because we know that how much each rocket and its manufacturing and everything costs. So they won't be taking any chances with them. And right now on your screen, you guys just saw that 3 of those BE4 engines in the first stage, they are ignited as the first stage. The GS1 is descending back to Earth. And that I was mentioning that these 3 engines, BE4 engines, they are steerable. Another 4 are fixed. So, what? Vlad joined us? Where? Hello, Vlad. Welcome back. I was just now thinking to talk about you, that to know Pop Tripica and Fairmet, that I got to talk with you after such long. Yes, you are just in time, Vlad, but this is the third time they adjusted, so you are a little blessed that you came at this time and still the launch is yet to happen. And right now we are seeing some videos about how the payloads will be fixed on the GS2. They showed it 2 different kind of payloads.
So again, there you got an opportunity to see what the mission profile will be for this rocket this evening, but I think what was really cool about that video as well is it gives you a sense of the future as well in terms of the various vehicles that we're going to be able to take on this rocket, whether it's a lot of LEO satellites or a lunar lander or a massive GEO payload, whatever it may be. I think that's one of the coolest things about this vehicle. It is very versatile, and it's the power of the vehicle matched with the volume of a 7-meter fairing that's going to allow this vehicle to be a workhorse for Blue Origin as well as our customers for years to come. So a beautiful rocket on the pad there waiting its first launch to space.
Well, those of you who are with us right now on the stream would like just to take a just like couple of seconds just to refresh the stream. I don't know why, at least I am noticing there is a little bit of lag in the stream. So just a second, don't go like anywhere. I'm just refreshing the stream quickly. Hope that lag won't be happening right now. I was just seeing some frame drop after some couple of seconds. Look, no, it's still happening. I don't know why it's happening and whether you guys are noticing or not. At least at my end, I can notice it. So I would like to ask Lad, how are you doing? And to Pop Tripika and Fairmate, just want to know you all that Lad is getting extreme good numbers and grades in his exams. He's sure going to be getting a good job after some, maybe within some years, and maybe he will be throwing a party to us. Thanks Pop Tripika for confirming. Maybe it's for me on my PC it's happening like this, like after just couple of seconds, like, but that the span is higher. One frame is dropping very like minute, no one will be even noticing, but still. And Vlad gave me a good news, another good news, as well as a bad news with that, and he made me to get confused that how should I be reacting. But that I can share with you guys over here, at least on a stream. That is last perform like personal preference, Angry Bird, what he wants to do. Because it's a myth kind of, like people are having that what we are studying, we will be going to work on that. Just for an example, take my case. I am a like software engineer and I'm working on YouTube, so it doesn't make sense. So what we are studying, and based on that what job we will be getting, it's not sure, and it depends on our personal preferences. But as I always say that education or to have studies is always like sharpening a knife, and that knife is your brain. It will make your brain sharpened enough to deal with upcoming things in your life. So no matter what things it will be. So if you are a learned person, or like you have some technical knowledge, you can grasp things easily. Otherwise you have to struggle at that time learning things. So for that, we are now 21 minutes approximately away from the liftoff, hoping that we won't be, the Blue Origin won't be adjusting their liftoff time again. As of now, this is the third time they adjusted their liftoff time. We are 20 minutes and 53 seconds away from liftoff. Referring to Pop Tripica, I would like to see if you want to get to become an engineer nowadays. To become a mechanical engineer, electrical engineer will be the best. Yes, of course, every kind of engineering stream or the field is the best, like good one, but the mechanical and electrical are the mother stream and mother fields. So if you somehow can get into that field, so maybe who knows, you can be a employee at SpaceX, and maybe I will get some free passes for the Starship flights from you. And if you will be giving, I'm saying you Pop Replica, if you will be having this scenario to getting through, and somehow you manage to be a SpaceX employee and to give me a free pass for Starship flight, all the other expenses to go there and to watch a launch, it's on me. I will do it for sure, no matter what. Even if I have to sell a kidney of mine, I will do so, but I will go. I think this one is an infrared view of the PE4 engines. I guess so. It's in an infrared view because there is no color on the screen. And right now they are getting to be chilled before the liftoff. And I think I misspoken it. It was not an infrared view, maybe a thermal view. Yes, Angry Bird. Kate, why I will be going there alone? Kate will be there, no? Mermaid. I hope Optipica remembers that mermaid story during the Europa Clipper launch we streamed. I really wish that for Poppica, if it can happen, and even for Vlad, if he can. But to Vlad, I will be saying to better dedicate himself to his country, because it's an emerging country right now on space and astronomy field and space launches field. Recently, Marina, I don't know how to pronounce her surname, Vasilevskaya, went to space station. So they are emerging right now. So better to support someone or something or some country which is emerging.
15 minutes and 45 seconds to go until launch here. An exciting evening for all of us here at Blue Origin. I'm so glad that you've joined us. Now, we have spoken about the wealth of experience in the New Glenn launch and mission control rooms upstairs, and I want to take it back to Maggie upstairs, who is standing by up there. Maggie, you with us?
Yep, Ariane, I am back at Mission Control, and as we make our way towards terminal count, the energy is high. It might seem like it's a little quiet with everyone sitting down, but the communications are ongoing. The launch director and his team are working super hard to get us there.
I love it. They're in the zone. So, Maggie, I'd love for you to talk us through some of the people behind the mission up there. Walk us through who's on console.
We've got some of our best and brightest here in the Mission Control Center. So the Mission Control Center is actually a network of rooms. We've got Mission Control, Launch Control, and engineering support rooms where our team is looking through data constantly. Now this whole team is led by our launch director. His name is Ben Dykstra. Ben is responsible for the launch, tip to tail. He is doing the go, no go, and making sure that we get our best chance of success.
Well, Lad joined us again. Maybe he left us in between as we were greeting him for his good marks, which he is getting, good grades he is getting. We all are, at least I am good. It seems like Pogripika and Fairmid are also good. Angry Bird is also doing good. Other people on the stream are not vocal about themselves. Don't know why. It happens to every stream. But I highly encourage others to also come and to have a conversation with us.
On the screens of his console mates so that they get a little funny note or a little encouraging thing from their launch director before they go. And then when we do terminal count, he will be doing his fist bumps with the entire team.
And I guess that maybe at T-minus 10 minutes, the terminal count initiation will be happening. It will be entering in its final phase with automated sequence controlling the remainder of pre-launch operations.
The assistant flight director, and shout out to New Shepard again. Anne comes from that program as well. Now Anne has been working the integrated schedule all week long, really making sure that this.
And just like ULA, they will be also having a planned hold. And I guess that planned hold is going through.
Martin is a ground controller, which means that he will be working through all.
Although the specific, I did found some sources to know about the pre-launch timeline, but I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure that whether this depicted timeline by those sources are accurate.
So he's got heroes, I think.
Maybe after this first launch, we will be getting the exact pre-launch timeline and post-launch timeline for future missions of New Glenn.
The team and the launch director, Ben, are constantly checking in with Stephen to make sure that we know that the barge is ready should we be able to land New Glenn. His launch day ritual is actually the same as Ben, another 3-alarm guy, so we'll be asking him as well. And then last but certainly not least, we have Megan Lewis. Now Megan is one of our 2 primary launch controllers, which means that she has control authority over a lot of these major systems on New Glenn. Megan is from Utah, and in a very sweet story, Megan is actually wearing a bracelet today that her grandfather gave her grandmother with charms for every Apollo mission that he worked. So a really incredible legacy of spaceflight in that family, and they're bringing it to the Blue family. So we're really proud of them today. Megan Lewis and team, led by Ben Dykstra, are getting it done.
Well, congrats, Vlad. You said me that you will be getting the good marks for philosophy exam. But once again, congratulations for that, and hope the upcoming exams. Oh, you just said that only one exam is left, no? So that was your final, I guess.
Stay plugged in up there for us, and we will keep checking back in with you. All right, everybody, we're at T-minus 11 minutes and...
Maybe even I thought so, Paprika. And if she is, then I must, all must should appreciate that even in such conditions, she is there sitting in the mission control room, and it really imparts her passion for her work. And as they say that she is from a family where his grandfather worked for Apollo missions, so maybe that inspires her so much. Well then, Vlad, all the best for upcoming 2 more launches. Exams. What? I'm getting exams and launches getting confused. Upcoming exams. I hope you will be, and I'm pretty sure that you will be doing good in that. And Angry Bird, don't say these things. Her boyfriend gave her. Everyone knows who gives something and what not. You don't have to explicitly say these things. Try to be a little good over here in this chat. So we are 10 minutes away from the liftoff to happen, and you can see those umbilicals from the strong back providing the air conditioning and various electrical signals to the payload. Yes, Angry Bird, we understood. Today it feels like that how fast SpaceX are launching. They are starting 5 minutes before the liftoff for the Falcon 9 for a Starlink mission. It's getting like done within 20 or 20, like mostly in 20 minutes. The mission is like up to the Seco 1, it's getting done. Today it feels like so long. Right now we are 8 minutes and 43 seconds from liftoff. We're getting some aerial views at the Launch Complex 36, where the New Glenn is standing proudly for its first launch. Another delay came. Wait, let me just check it. Fair medicine. Yes, Fairmed is right. Again, the liftoff time has been adjusted. So this one is the 4th one. So let me just change the timer we are having over on our stream. Well, to let you guys know, we are now 27 minutes and 22 seconds away from liftoff. 4th adjustment for the liftoff time as of now.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We're at T-minus 27 minutes and 5 seconds to go until launch. You may have noticed that we've added some more time to the clock. As we mentioned before, this is just our teams getting aligned, making sure that each of the separate sub-teams have all gone through all of their checklists, make sure that everything is in the green, making sure that the weather here at the Cape and downrange, everything is within bounds. So again, if we need to add a couple more minutes, that is quite all right with us. But while we've got a little bit more time, I would like to check in with my colleague, Eddie Seifert, out there at Cars Park, where he's joined by Team Blue Origin, here our team that's based here in Florida. What you got going on down there, Eddie?
Yeah, hey Ariane, welcome back.
Would like to welcome Noob joining us here,
I'm with the Smith family.
having a cool profile picture.
And working on rockets is a family affair. I'm with father Mike Corbin, Mike Smith, son Corbin.
Hope you will be enjoying the stream. Once again, thanks joining us and supporting us.
And tell me,
And would like to
on your postcard?
request you that to be engaged with us so that we can know more about you, your thoughts about this launch.
So I first started up in Huntsville, where I worked with an amazing team on the engine crew building BE4 and BE3U. Now I'm here down at Rocket.
And yes, Fairmate said it right that they said no already on the stream. Maybe you were not there at that time. That they are venting the excess gas and burning them out.
It's been awesome being able to work with him.
And they said that something a little torch or some term like that. These are known as.
Excellent, excellent. And Elizabeth, tell me, what are you most looking forward to today's launch?
For the rocket to go up in space.
Well, I think we're going to end on that note, Ariane. We're looking forward for that rocket to go to space. Let's send New Glenn to space. Let's light this candle.
I love it. It is a family affair, and I love seeing.
But I guess even I missed it, Noob, because I was busy talking with you guys. But it would be great if you can say us that at what time stamp it happened, so that we can have a look going back as well. Because if that is true, then it's not a good thing.
Like her can pick up the torch and build on top of that. We're setting forth so that they can build infrastructure in space, and really it's all for the benefit of Earth. Well, with that, thanks Eddie for checking in with us. We are at T-minus 24 minutes and 10 seconds to go until launch. Let's check out New Glenn on the pad as it gets ready for launch this evening.
I guess Noob is not able to hear me out because many a times they panned as you were saying about the rock on the top of the rocket. Oh, approximately 7 minutes. I was just inquiring about that time. 7 minutes from the beginning or 7 minutes from now when we are watching it live? Can you tell us this little more? Well, when Pop Replica confirmed, then it's true. I have no doubts. But wait, let me also check it when Noob is insisting. Now I found that place where Noob is talking about. And I'm watching it. Noob, wait a second. Well, he is a little bit right because that light is moving. I don't know if it will be, although the surface, like, it doesn't seems like in a three-dimensional figure if it will be a flame, but that something is moving. It's not a light reflection, Pop Replica. He's right. Or maybe one thing it can happen that those light torches, those from where they are venting, maybe that reflection can be somehow coming there, but according to the like angles, it is not possible that a light torch glowing such low to have a reflection on such top of the rocket. It's not possible. The light torch is here and that rocket is here. How it will be getting there, and the camera is on this perspective. But he is right. There is something.
You saw the big, beautiful blue origin.
Thanks, Noob, for pointing that out and letting us know to have a little more curious and excited looks to be made on New Glenn.
We're looking at the vehicle right now. At the base of the vehicle, oh, that's a pretty shot right there. You see the 7 nozzles of the 7 BE4 engines. You want to tell us a little bit more, Denise?
Yeah, so New Glenn is powered by 7 BE4 engines. Now, these are the nation's first reusable, oxidizer-rich stage combustion booster engines. They use liquid oxygen and liquefied natural gas, or LNG, which is essentially a commercial form of methane.
Yeah, and we selected LNG because it's cleaner burning and more efficient than kerosene, or also known as RP1, rocket propellant 1. That's what a lot of rockets use.
Yes, Pop Replica, I know, but that man, even we hope that it should be a reflection. But as I said, you like, just think of that, not that from which perspective the camera was shooting and where those light torches are for burning those gases at the ground level. To me, it seems like it is not possible. Maybe I'm wrong, but
repressurization, right? So this eliminates the need for
and look, and right now on your screen you can see that fire glowing at that ground level. Okay, just imagine, like, just not imagine, you just see that even we are seeing it in a screen, it's like two-dimensional, but you can get a sense that it's a three-dimensional thing happening there. But that reflection on the payload fairing, it doesn't seem like a three-dimensional thing to be happening there. If there will be a flame, so hopefully it's a reflection. And right now we are seeing that BE4, its power, such power. And I did show you guys this clip during the start of the stream. Really, it's such powerful.
Ton of power. You see that these images here, this video, this is from our test facility down in West Texas. And man, oh man, I have been down there actually for one of these tests. And our facility down in West Texas is in this valley. And it just reverberates. You feel like you're in the inside of a drum. It just shakes the entire valley. And I mean, it's just incredible. And we're putting 7 of those at the base of this vehicle. The other thing you should see in that video there is that it burns this really cool blue color. So that's a nut. I'm not saying that's why we chose this propellant, but it's a nice little bonus to it.
It sure is.
So a lot of power coming out of these engines, but then also a lot of a lot of interesting technology that's gone into the turbo pumps too. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
They sure are. So the turbo pumps, which pump fuel and oxygen, are also incredibly powerful. Together, they produce the equivalent amount of horsepower needed to power 2 Nimitz-class aircraft carriers at full speed. Yet each turbo pump is small enough to fit in the back seat of your car.
Think about that. I mean, the comparison is crazy, but just think about that efficiency that goes into that turbo machinery. Then you also see here, obviously, the comparison between our BE4 engine. So there are 7 of those on the base of the vehicle, and our BE3U, BE3 upper stage engines, or 2 of those on the second stage. I want to talk a little bit more here. You see the comparison of the BE4 to the BE3U. You also have a comparison of the power of it as well. You know, both of these engines are highly sophisticated and have unique functionality built for New Glenn itself. So
only this much they have to say.
We've got 7 of these engines in total at the booster. We saw.
Well, this picture right just some seconds ago you saw they made it posted on the X handle, and someone, maybe that guy is a nerd like me, that guy immediately commented that this put some more like infographics on that pictures which you have posted, post some details about the specific impulse or the burn time, then it will be called as an infographic. Why to post such a thing where you are just mentioning the thrust, the compression with the height of a human, and it's done. And right now I was at least expecting that they will be talking a little more about what is the burn time, specific impulse during at sea level at vacuum, but they didn't. Although I tried to say you guys whatever the best and accurate sources I had to let you know. Now, before we are like getting 14 minutes away from liftoff with the 4th adjusted time for the liftoff. Now, would like to thank on behalf of AstroYonder team all of you for being a part of today's launch. We really appreciate you all being here, and like Noob, we want all of you guys to come and to talk with us so that we can know each other, how you feel. Like, just see how Noob told us about something which we didn't notice even. So we would love to hear from you all guys. We really appreciate you being here, and once again thanks everyone. And with that, thanks, a little request, if you guys will hit that like button, this stream will be reaching to more people. That will help us to have a more bigger community filled with space enthusiasts like you. So that's a little request from our end. And if you can, and if you feel like we can to subscribe to us, we are grateful to you all. Another delay, FairMed is today giving us the news about delays only. Oh my goodness, it's 12:44 here. So right now we are T minus 32 minutes, 50 seconds and counting. 5th adjusted time for the New Glenn's maiden flight. No, it's fine, FairMed. I just said, at least you are informing us. I'm just sticking with the on-screen watching the chat and the stream, and I placed my camera here on this side where they are having the timer, so I can see every time you are seeing me. I'm going on X to check the time and to reset the timer. So thanks for that, rather. Yes, Noob, as I said, maybe it's like not maybe it's a reflection, but just I'm concerned about that. You said right about position of those burning torches there for the fuel, but I'm just a little not convinced, and I'm not thinking that it must be a fire or something. Expect like to be more known for like to be towards inclining that side. What I'm stammering so much, but just the camera perspective is bothering me. That at that perspective, how something such below will be having and reflection on it. Just a simple trigonometry thing which it is coming to my mind. Thank you for that, Fairmed. I say to you, and nothing to feel that you are with someone with bad news. These water bottles are getting empty. Yes, angry bird, tired, exhausted, everything. Couldn't sleep at night, preparing for all these things so that I can see you guys with all the details. So when the stream will be getting done, I will be finally able to have some sleep after 2 days. Yes, no, that can be possible that if that is a camera with having a, what can I say, which can gimbal to be getting tilt or move up, even though it is fixed at place, this can happen. That is true. It can cause then that camera perspective view, which I was concerned about, it solves that mystery. I have plenty of water. I always have. Be hydrated. Always fill yourself with LOX. Not LOX, LOW. It should be liquid oxygen water. Why oxygen is there in water? H2O. So I just said LOW. Have some LOW all the time. No, Angry Bird, no need to have any WhatsApp group. It's a long pending request from Vlad and Fairmate, and now also Paprika did said me about this. Well, look, wait, just a second. This is like this frame is towards the, again I think is the right. They made it from the left side to see, I guess, and it's near to those stakes on the first stage. What I was saying, Angry Bird, that a much requested thing from Pyramid, Vlad, and Paprika to create a Discord for this channel. So Paprika also did mention me about that recently. We talked about it, and hopefully let this channel issues which we are having, let them to get finished, and just those rules has to be laid. That much is left for that Discord server which I already created, so then I will make it live and we all can be there. And as I said to Paprika, that time we can have some voice chat of you all joining us on the stream, if you guys won't be having like any personal issues. Angry Bird is asking what is logs after watching so many streams over here. What a question. Bravo. Thank you, Angry Bird. Thank you for asking such a question.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are at T-minus 20.
You should be asking us that what is LH2 for today.
You may have seen
We could have said you. Logs is a very common term in Rocket.
Our teams to go through their checklists. Keep in mind there are multiple sub-teams that are up there in launch and mission control. We want to make sure that everything is ready to go, and if some of those items on the checklist take a little bit of extra time, we're going to do so, especially since it is NG-1. We want to make sure that everybody is prepared and everything is aligned. We should also mention, again, we have to keep our eyes on the weather, both here and downrange. So with that, let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad as this rocket and our teams get ready for NG-1.
They could have made all these things to make sure before getting live. After getting live, they are making to delay. And Noob, thanks for subscribing us. We are grateful for your support. Really appreciate that. And more than that, we appreciate you to be conversant over the chat and talking with us. And as Paprika said, our streams are little towards the nerd sides. So if you want to know details and to go deep down, then I think I'll be able to meet your expectations. And even not, then at least you can enjoy the stream just watching without not like to giving a mind to those details which I'm getting such in detail, like deep down. So
going on upstairs at launch and mission control. Why don't we check in with our friend Maggie? Maggie, you got me?
Loud and clear, Ariane.
Right on. What are you? What's going on up there? What are you hearing about the status of our teams?
Yep, things are busy. The team is continuing to work through a few anomalies before we can proceed into terminal count. So we've got the engineers looking at all that data. We've got the controllers working through workarounds. So something that I think people don't always think about is that we have an enormous amount of what we're doing here in pre-launch procedures that's, scripted. We can plan it. But when off-nominal things are happening, we've got a team of controllers who can manually operate these systems. So the team that we talked about in our last bit, they are actually going through and able to turn things on and off, put different pressure through different valves. They are working through everything they can to make sure that we have a chance to launch today.
Fantastic. Yes, it's, you know, we run through, when you talk about all the preparation for a launch, of course, we talk about, you know, testing the rocket itself, but we also go through a lot of these simulations in terms of the operations with our team. And you test as much as you can, you go through as many rehearsals as possible, but sometimes day of, you gotta put all the, that's why we got the really smart people in there so that they can work through whatever it is they're finding that might be a little bit off.
It seems by seeing this lady's like facial expressions, there is something happening.
Some good practice. I think we all saw the hot fire that we recently successfully made it through. So that is, you know, almost everything up until launch. Before that, we had a successful second stage hot fire. Those are those BE3U engines. And before that, we were doing tanking tests, mass simulators. We've done component testing, system testing.
No, just Angry Bird, it's not about my prediction. You can see their facial expressions have been changed, like from the very beginning how they were, and right now their facial expression is really like dropped down.
Excellent, very good point. I think I've always appreciated what we do here at Blue Origin. We tend to rotate our engineers. A lot of them, as you said, get to go down to the floor, see their hardware maybe that they've designed, talk to the men and women that are fabricating, but then also
if these things which Maggie mentioned that they are facing some anomalies and they are working on it, I hope, I chose the wrong word. I think that maybe they will be scrubbing it for today, maybe. And don't get disappointed, guys. It's just my personal opinion. As people are writing on X handles, opinions are mine. So yes, no, but maybe for those reasons, keeping them in mind for upcoming administration to come. Then moreover, it's a certification flight. They won't be taking any chances. So let's see what they are saying, that whether they will be or not. Hopefully they should be. And yes, as Pop Topeka said, the launch window for today's launch is of 3 hours. So it's like we are having perfectly 1.5 hours from now for the launch window to expire for today's launch. They are still looking into some issues which they are facing.
Thank you again, everybody, for joining us. We are T-minus 19 minutes to go until launch here, and while our teams are continuing to get aligned,
they can say something about the rocket details and the engines. They are talking about the building which they are sitting. Absolutely amazing.
Comes together where we bend the metal on New Glenn. I literally see people down there bending metal, pulling.
Yes, after the thinking, I give my excess thoughts about every kind of things, watching all the circumstances, then I say my opinion.
But to build a rocket like this,
that's why they come true, but hopefully for today, maybe I assume that I should be getting wrong, because already it's 2 days I'm working on it continuously, and now again if they will be scrubbing, then everything will be in a mess. Moreover, the Starship is coming up as well.
And of course, sustainably. This is where the stages of New Glenn come together.
Yeah, exactly. And the folks here at Rocket Park are not just building rockets, they're really shaping the future of space travel. You know, I should
No, you said it right. That imagine, like to imagine that in that situation, like, it's better to sleep at that place, sitting.
In addition to Launch Complex 36,
When that thing has to happen, you will be automatically getting to awake.
really from the bottom up, and the ability to build the next generation rocket in the next generation rocket factory. Like, our team is given what they need to make just an incredible vehicle. Why don't we take a deeper look at the home of New Glenn, Rocket Park?
No, as I was saying, Pop Typical, like similar to ULA, they keep a planned hold. Okay, so in that hold, they do check many things to meet the safety of the vehicle and the payload. So maybe there will be about the fuel party, as you said, it is fueled up right now, and that time has already been, gone away for all those tanks to be getting full. So even I guess that both the first stage and the second stage, the GS1 and GS2 are right now fully fueled. So maybe there are some other issues which is beyond our comprehension, that how to know and even to predict that what will be causing a issue, because such a detailed things we don't know. But if I'll get a week to work on that, maybe I can say you guys about that as well.
And help us establish a permanent lunar presence. It will enable us to harness the resources of space and launch all kinds of...
No, not about that. During this launch, I meant that if there, as you said, that imagine we are sitting somewhere and the countdown is getting to be adjusted. So in that case, I said, for a launch, I can't sleep, of course. I'm awake from nearly, like, in 2 days, I got to sleep 4 or 7 hours in 48 hours. So from 40 hours, I'm awake for this launch only.
New Glenn heads to the surface coatings facility for its thermal protection, paint, and artwork. It then heads to tank cleaning and test, or TCAT, for pressure testing and cleaning.
No, Fairmont, actually the weather forecast from the 45th Weather Squadron mentioned that the weather is good enough and that sea levels will be down, like not so much. Maybe I'm not remembering specifically, like maybe 4 to 6 feet. They said that it will be compared to from yesterday what it was. It is quite good enough. So weather is not the issue, and weather during this launch window, it is absolutely fine. Like there is no issue with the weather. But like at the end of the day, like towards the end of the day for the like today is Monday, no, on 13th it is, no, yes, that time maybe the weather at PM, that's also mentioned in at the PM and the evening side towards, there is some probability of scattered rain. So that time, and now the launch window itself is of 3 hours. We are standing at 1.5 hours of it to getting expired. So there is no issue for weather, I think so. Maybe that can be. We all don't know because they are not vocal about it. Let's see what they say about these things.
Rockets have launched out of the Cape, but they haven't been built here. And so to be able to build our rocket here...
Who said? I didn't say about anything dying or something, Angry Bird.
And then when we get GS1, we get the booster back. We'll be doing all of the refurbishment here. That is so important, that co-location, to have that all.
I suggest you to have some sleep, Angry Bird.
See all the action, as I mentioned,
you are even getting hallucinated, hearing different things. I didn't say why are we saying something about that over here on a stream where we are talking about launch.
Pouring concrete. You know, I remember being in this facility when there weren't doors.
Sleep, you are getting overwhelmed.
I remember no joke, we had a poll when they were clearing the land for this rocket park as to how many turtles we would find, because we have to relocate all of the turtles because there's incredible wildlife in this area. So of course we
Yes, no, that you said it can be an
those animals and the wildlife.
cause
And so we
for
had
this delay.
poll as to how many turtles we were going to find. God, I wish I could remember.
I was going to say, do you remember?
I know. I didn't win it, clearly. But, you know, there's just so much work that went into building this facility from the ground up. And to be here today is just, it feels...
No, you are saying it right, actually, no, about this bugs.
A little bit about the fact
And even me and all known people with whom I am interacting right now, we all are not any rocket engineers. But you have legitimate reasons that to say about that, and it can be an issue.
And rebuilt it for this world-class rocket for decades to come. You know, we invested in this facility knowing that we're going to be here a while. With that said, we also here at Blue Origin like to pay homage to the giants of who have the shoulders upon which we stand, right? Like the vehicle, of course, is named New Glenn. But also what's really cool is, and you can't quite see it here in the dark, but we kept what's called the blockhouse. So a lot of the previous
Bob Tripika meant that she like for about the sleep, not about death. It's getting late at night at their place, so
a concrete fort. Basically, it's not very big, and it's got on the inside. It's got these massive, heavy doors that close to protect the teams. To be very clear, we're not using that blockhouse tonight. We don't use it in our operations, but it is
once again
we have kept on site because of the history that is in that facility. I hope that one day I'll be able to go back in there. I did get a chance to peek my head in a couple of years ago. It feels almost like what's the right way of putting it? It feels like a step into the past.
Yeah.
You know, the old computers and like, you know, the ashtrays. They're literally cigarettes that are still there from back in the day. We don't allow that in our launch control rooms. But again, clearly a throwback to the past. But just this facility.
Once again, they adjusted the liftoff time.
It feels like we are.
Now I'm losing the track of the count they made to adjust the liftoff time. Now I guess it's the 6th time.
Now 36 minutes and 40 seconds to go until launch. Again,
if I'm not wrong.
Added more time to the clock.
So let me just adjust the timer over here.
There's clearly some things that they want to spend a little bit more time on, and that is okay. I will reiterate. We have spent years designing this rocket. We have spent months and months designing this mission, building this particular vehicle as well. The design and test that's gone into the engines that are powering this rocket. If we need a couple more minutes, especially on this first launch, that is okay.
It's not couple of minutes, ma'am. It's getting an hour or something. It's not minutes anymore.
To work on whatever they
we are right now at T-minus 35 minutes,
keep in mind
36 seconds and counting from the liftoff of New Glenn NG-1 mission, making sure everything is fine before they attempt for a launch.
Still have the opportunity.
So as of now, it's the 6th adjusted liftoff time.
Waiting for it,
I know, it's pretty apropos because this vehicle says.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
That is the name of this booster. So yes, everything is. It's like it was meant to be for this vehicle.
It really
okay,
is.
With that, we are T-minus 35 minutes to go until launch. Let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad as it continues to prepare for its launch to space this evening.
This is nice, at least to hear this audio feed from the pad better than them laughing and these things. Yes, it will be a disappointment if they will be reaching towards the end of the launch window. But still, we never know, like even the 5 minute, or like at least to be safer side, 30 minutes before the launch window expire, if they can launch it, it's a good, like it's good, not bad. About my sleep, you nothing to worry. No, Ben, nothing to worry about. Angry Bird, don't worry. I will anyhow fall asleep. Maybe I will fall asleep during the launch only. Let's see if they will be delaying like this way. Yes, I actually feel these things really fascinate me. You were watching the days some hours before than us. What we will be experiencing later on, you were experiencing at least the time before us. So it's really it really fascinates me. That is not possible. Although it's a joke, I can understand, but it's not possible to predict or to say what will be happening at our end from Fairmade. But yes, Fairmade and Noob is also getting good, at least giving me the information about the delay of the launch. About this, although they are seeing and telling me, but it seems like a little bit of prediction to me as they are telling me. So that's a nice thing. Look, even Vlad said, Vlad is also predicting like me, I don't think. Well, yes, Vlad, good night. Take care of yourself and all the best for your upcoming exams. See you soon. Hopefully, they will launch, and hopefully, if not, you will be able to watch it later on then. But take care and would expect you to see you soon again.
Welcome back, everybody. We're at T-minus 31 minutes and 30 seconds to go until launch. As you may have noted, we continued to add time back to the clock. That, of course, is to make sure that our teams are aligned. I do understand that we're working an issue. That is okay. That means, if we're adding time to the clock, it means that the team thinks that there might be a possibility that we can sort it out so we can get to a launch this evening. So we're going to give them the time that they need. Beautiful launch of beautiful view of the vehicle on the pad there. From the outside, she sure looks ready to go, but of course, there's so much that goes into a complex vehicle like this. But since we do have some time, why don't we take a closer look at our vision and mission at Blue Origin? As we've said time and time again, we're building a road to space for the benefit of Earth. This vision is...
Oh, that won't be happening, Pop Replica. They have the control over the cryogenics over the first and second stages. So that what you are saying, it won't be happening. But yes, of course, what it supposed to happen during a normal lift-off time, that will be a little more than that, but it won't be causing any issue or something to the launch or affecting the launch. Today is Jeff's birthday. If somehow they won't be able to launch, Jeff is going to blow their mind out. Sorry about that, Fairmaid. I hope like they won't be delaying it anymore. Or look, see, everyone is delaying everything. I'm just delaying sleep. As Angry Bird said, everything in a mess for this one. As I said, it is a much anticipated launch, and with that only it is happening. But it seems like I don't know. It's again my personal opinion. There is a resemblance of these delays with the ULA as well. You will see they are also delaying the launches most of the time. Similar with this is happening, I guess. And what's common in between this is the BE4 engine. So don't know what is happening. Maybe he's biting his nails out right now. No, you said it right. Why Amazon deliveries are late? That's a nice joke you said. Really is humorous. But to be true, like it's true that they have to deal with so many things during a launch. So of course, it's a critical system and everything has to be made sure. So it will take time. But only this that if they could have made these things rehearsed, of course it cannot be, but still to be on a safer side and to be making sure everything must be working in a right way on a launch day. Although they did, I'm pretty sure everyone is doing so. Every launch provider is doing so, but let's see. Yes, you are funny, Angry Bird. Look, it's Bennu, I guess they are showing. And yes, so one thing I don't know, they didn't mention, and also I forgot to mention that the payload fairing for the New Glenn is large enough to fit even through two massive interplanetary mission satellites or spacecrafts. So Blue Origin gave a comparison like a allegoric comparison for the payload fairing with the number of trucks and number of New Shepard crew model which can accommodate in the payload fairing. But indeed, as it's claimed that it is the world's biggest payload fairing, so I forgot to mention about that how many spacecraft it can accommodate. Although they have something while I was going through preparing for this stream, I read many things about this New Glenn. So there I was reading they have some dual manifest for the payload fairing as well. And I guess in that dual manifest only they can launch up two interplanetary large enough, mostly interplanetary satellites like Psyche and Europa Clipper. They are so much bigger in size, so that kind of spacecraft it can accommodate that also of two numbers. Right now I kept the volume of the stream to be muted because maybe they will be playing some music or something that will cause some issues with our stream to have some copyright claims or something, so that's why. You can enjoy the views although. Now you, Fairmaid, Angry Bird, Noob, Poptopika, you guys are having so much fun, having jokes to crack. Yes, SpaceX, that animation which they made for this purpose to transport human from one point to another point within a globe, that really fascinates. And the time which they give that of a normal journey, how much it will take, and with SpaceX giving that facility, how much it will take, really it will like a game changer. But only hope that it will be affordable to normal people, common people. If that will be, then this world will be more advanced, getting more advanced, because half of the time is in our life is getting lost due to commute reason. They have such a big video to show over here, and what they are talking, even I'm also not hearing because I muted it. Although there is a woman there, it's giving me little vibes of Grudge, the movie. Don't take me another way. I'm not mocking her looks or something. I guess they will be getting done with this video right now. Yes, and they did.
Such an inspiring message. You know, actually, our very name, Blue Origin, means Earth, right? So, you know, when our future generations are out there looking back, they will look back at their blue origin, at Earth, right? And so we really need to protect this planet. The other reason why I love our name, Blue Origin, is it means Earth. It means all of us.
Okay, as of now, the lift of time is they are maintaining with this 6:1.
Pieces of space technology, not only just for one
Let me
country, not only for one
address you guys.
it really is for the entire world. And that's why, you know, I love that that our company has.
But yes, Angry Bird
bigger,
and Poptopika, if they won't be, then please do give credit to my predictions. Okay, because I'm getting good in this. Angry Bird knows about my predictions.
Around the world in the space industry, I should say a big shout out to them out there if you guys are watching.
Yes, last night I couldn't. The past day, yesterday at afternoon I got to sleep for 2 hours. At night I planned for 4 hours of sleep. I even talked with Angry Bird that I will be sleeping for 4 hours, but in the end I couldn't because I had so many other things to prepare. As because they were delaying, I was also getting a little bit reluctant with my preparation, but meanwhile I was reading stuff so that I can know more about this launch vehicle, because previously although it's a long time promised launch, and but I didn't, to be true, I didn't went through the new Glen vehicle to learn about it in between all these years. So I just made it to finish in just 4 days or 5 days, you can say, to learn about it. It's like giving my engineering exams. The last nights we used to wake up all night and give us our exams and good marks.
It gives me such a sense of pride
A
because
6 month
it
of
is about the
semester
everyday
getting finished in one
now and
night.
how that would impact future
So
generations.
yesterday night I
All
didn't
of this
slept.
is going
Yeah,
to create a
afternoon
long-term
4 hour,
impact on
day
Earth
before
that's really going to
3 hour
benefit
in a day.
future
So overall
generations.
7 hours
By
in
focusing
48
on the sustainability of
hours.
our designs, we're really
I'm
ensuring
yawning,
our
even you
advancements
saw
in
me.
space technology do not come at the expense of our home planet Earth.
Yeah, a couple of minutes ago we threw it back to our co-host Eddie out there at Cars Park, and again, talking about the multiple generations, how cool is it that he was there with the father-son pair that both work at Blue, plus the son's daughter that's there, and she's just going wild.
Mate, I was just thinking to go and to tell mom that to have the lunch a little delayed. And now you're mentioning about tacos. You're making me hungry.
Launch control, who's
Okay, but fine. You can go grab some tacos and to sit on a couch and watch it.
her child is going to end up doing. And hopefully what we're doing here at Blue is going to benefit, again, these next generations. We're building the road to space with these first initial steps. Tonight, New Glenn, we're also talking about Blue Ring. Blue Ring is one of the first building blocks of the infrastructure that's up there.
It's all my pleasure, Bob Tripika.
Which is crucial, don't get me wrong, but then once we're up there, we're going to need
excuse me. It's all my pleasure. It's nothing like you have to thank. And not a sacrifice. It's for all of you guys so that you can enjoy the stream in a good way, and I can provide as much details as I can, what at least I can understand. There are so many details which I can't even understand, but I'm trying to cover all the relevant and the basic details to be given to my audience, so that at least you guys will be getting some knowledge watching a stream.
Because otherwise speaking, this team is ready to rock and roll, and that rocket there looks chilled in and ready to go to space. So with that, let's continue to check out New Glenn on the pad, ready for NG-1.
It's ready, they are saying they will be launching. Let me check the timer from the official webcast. Yes, it's there is no more further adjustment as of now. You guys enjoy the stream. Meanwhile, let me go on to have some tea so that I can have this drowsiness to go away. Okay, so I'm just coming back in 2 minutes. Meanwhile, you guys enjoy the stream. Just within 2 minutes, I'm coming back and joining you guys. saw that. Yes, that I was going to say that the countdown is gone. I hope you guys you won't be able to see over here, but on the official stream it's gone. I'm still keeping the countdown so that we will get an idea that at what time there is supposed to be launching. Was supposed to be launched. Let's just wait to hear from them that they will be scrubbing it or not. If yes, then see. Prepare to give me credits. Removing that countdown is it's a sign that there is some trouble and maybe they won't be launching. Yes, even I'm not having such hope. I just got to know, I got a sense, I don't know, just by seeing that time those ladies, both the ladies Maggie and which another woman's name is, by seeing their facial expression, they were not so much lively at that time talking. So from that only I concluded that maybe it can have a scrub, and also these delays, of course, they are making it to get towards the negative side. Maybe they are having some alteration in the script before saying that. They will be saying if they want to, like, if it's a club, anyhow. So angry but don't get angry. Yes, let's see. That's why I kept the countdown keep rolling so that we will be getting to know at least at coming to T0 on the countdown on the stream which I placed, that within that time they will be having something to say or not. So wait for that time. I will say to Fairmaid, and then I will say you to go have a dinner. You guys heard some venting noise, I think. What they are venting even. Tomorrow, as I see it, pop replica chances are less due to not for the recovery weather, due to the launch weather violations only. Maybe they won't be attempting tomorrow. As of now, they are saying 60% probability of violation tomorrow. So, although no risk associated with the booster recovery, but the primary concerns will be cumulus crowd rule, thick crowd rule, and lift of winds violation. So tomorrow there is no chance.
Okay, we've just been getting an update from Mission Control. We are standing down today's launch attempt to troubleshoot a vehicle subsystem issue that will take us beyond our launch window. We are reviewing opportunities for our next launch attempt. So we've scrubbed today's NG-1 mission to give the team more time to work that issue, and we're reviewing what other things that we might need to get done in that period. When we know when the next opportunity is, of course, we will let everybody know. Now, to give the viewers a sense of what happens next, the launch team is now working to detank and safe the vehicle. From there, we're going to assess, as mentioned, what other things we might want to get done in our downtime, and that is what's going to guide when the next launch opportunity will be. Follow us on social media. That's the way to stay up to date on announcements for that next launch attempt. We do want to thank you for joining us. We can't wait to get right back here for our next launch attempt. Stay tuned. Gradatum for Rossiter.
So with that, we will wrap up our stream. I would like to thank all of you joining us, especially Noob today joined us, being new to us and being such friendly, being conversant. Thanks everyone, and sorry for the disappointment with this scrub. We will make sure that on the next attempt we will be streaming this event, so would like to have you all with us once again. And why you guys are not you guys are saying thanks, give me some credit about my predictions about the scrub.
C'est pas lié à mon contenu, donc quand t'es personne,
it's a little due, so you guys must be giving me that thanks that you was good in prediction. Anyways, just kidding. So I'm also wrapping up the stream for now. Everyone take care of yourself, and also be sure to check out our social media handle on X for the latest happenings in space industry and updates on upcoming launches. I won't be saying you guys enjoyed the stream much because there was delays and finally the scrub, but hopefully I could make it informative at least to know about the vehicle. Wishing you all a nice week ahead as we wait for the Starship launch, and let's see when they will be giving these dates for the new Glenn. So with that, see ya everyone. This is AstroYonder Live and me Deepto sign off for now, and we will see you next time.